Coming in there with a little cough thing. Hello everyone and welcome back to Fate's End, a homebrew Dungeons & Dragons game driven by Fate, and I will be your tale weaver for the evening. As always, our quick announcements for the evening. We want to shout out Tabletop Audio at tabletopaudio.com for their ambiance and music in tonight's episode. All of their audio is amazing, completely free to use in your own games, but please consider supporting Tim on Patreon so he can continue to make amazing sound scents. We currently support him and and encourage you to do so as well, and we'll put a link to his website in chat. I also want to shout out Z and Peku this evening. I don't know if you guys will get to this part, but if you do, and you do see the map, I am using one of their maps in tonight's episode. They make awesome digitally painted maps, and you can support them on Patreon if you'd like to use their maps as well. We also support them on Patreon and encourage you to check them out, and I'm going to put a link to them in chat as well, because I don't think Daniel has that, so I will do that as well. That is not how you spell it. It's C-Z-E. Not Shay. It's not French, Daniel. Good try, though. Good try. But it is, I don't know if it's how it's pronounced, but it's like C-Z-E and Peku. And they have gorgeous digitally painted maps. Just absolutely beautiful. So I will put that in the chat for you guys. Our partners, of course, we want to shout out Wanderlily Dice. They are a small handmade dice making company here in Huntsville, Alabama. They make sharp edge dice, dice jewelry, and other adventure items such as hand stamped leather journals and handmade resin pens. You can find their shop at wanderlydice.com, and be sure to use the code InkandLyre10 to get 10% off your order. And I don't know if you can see this. This is actually the custom set that they made for me that I absolutely love. I sent them some inspiration, and they created a custom set for me based on the inspiration I sent them. It's very like pastel-y and like almost like cotton candy. I'm gonna have to take a nice picture so I can show it to you guys on stream, but they are beautiful and just I love them. Love them. And then, of course, Nine Realms Gaming, shout out to them. They create top-notch gaming accessories from the finest woods this realm has to offer. They make dice trays, dice vaults, hero vaults, dice towers, all gorgeous. They never use any dyes or stains, only oil-based finishes to bring out the natural wood color. If you want to grab some of that epic game gear, go ahead and visit their website, ninerealmsgaming.com, and use our exclusive partner code LYRE10 to get 10% off. Also, shout out to Sirenscape for their ambient sounds, music, and their online player that we use on stream. We're using some of their music tonight as well. Always remember that our Discord is available to all community members. That is Command Discord, so come hang out with us, cast and crew in our humble little community that we got going on there. And then, of course, lastly, we did hit our goal. Not last week, the week before, and we have surpassed our 500 follower goal. We are very excited. We have continued to gain more followers since we've gotten that. I think we have 528 now. We just continue to to shoot through the clouds, which is super exciting and amazing. And of course that means that you guys all get to vote on our next charity live stream one shot. Now we have voted on all of our streams except Twisted Veil. and we have pulled all of our streams thus far except Twisted Veil. So you have one more chance to vote, and that is go and watch Twisted Veil tomorrow at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time for the last opportunity to vote for your favorite one-shot theme that we're going to be doing for the charity live stream. Again, we have options for Neverland, Labyrinth, My Little Pony, and Regency. So if you haven't had the chance to vote yet, you can tune in tomorrow for the very last chance to vote during our Twisted Veil stream. I think that's it. So that being said, the time has come. Let us draw our cards for tonight's exciting, tense episode of Fate's End. And we are back. So, let's get into our recap of last session. A lot of things have been happening. So last session, the party met Sienna, or at least fake Sienna. They gathered potions and weapons from the makeshift camp in the foyer of the Vaults of Slumbering. The group then made their way into the vaults and stumbled upon the Halls of Heroes, or the Hall of Heroes, as well as the special carved suite of the infamous Zadia Ignis, a tiefling also known as Death's Courtesan. The group continued onward and ran into the lost party of Digbrand's soldiers that ventured forth into the vault only 2-3 days ago. Turns out, Sienna was there. The real Sienna. And the mystery of who the group spoke with before lingered on. The party attempted to convince the lost Digbrand soldiers to make their way back to the surface. 4 left, and the rest remained. The party and the remnant of survivors remained and continued onward into the vaults. They made it to the breach, where this all started, and continued down into the tunnels. There, the truth was revealed. The survivors turned on the party, and we all discovered the remnant survivors, or at least most of them, were part of something more sinister. An Elder Oblex, a gooey, disturbing ooze monster, essentially, that had impersonated the survivors it had consumed and projected them as simulacrum. and had lured the party down into its lair in attempts to consume them fully, or at least eat all of their memories, which it ate some. It did eat some of their memories. The battle was tough and fierce. Both Luden and Urimir went down and suffered a 0 HP injury. Urimir was lucky and suffered a minor prone injury, which we rolled on the table, which is kind of funny, and I guess he just slipped on a banana peel. And then Luden, however, now suffers a -1 to his initiative from a torn hamstring until his next downtime. We pick back up as the heat of battle subsides. Now, I had ruled at the end of last session that Sienna was dead from Prayaria's staff attack, and I don't believe that was a fair ruling on my part. You guys did knock her out, but I feel you were well within the time frame to run over and bring her back up. Therefore, I will say that Finnalai was able to bring Sienna back up and that she is alive. So we will pick up as Finnalai kneels down to bring Sienna back into consciousness. Hogarth is holding Sienna in his arms as the blunt force trauma you can see all over Sienna's head, or rather out of her head, is healed by Finnalai's magic. You all see Sienna place her hand on her temple, and she groans a little bit. And Hogarth smiles and said, "There you are, back in the world of the living. This one near killed ya." And he gestures to Prayaria with a very disapproving expression.
He feels very badly about that.
All's well that ends well, right?
She looks up at you all as she tries to kind of sit up, and Hogarth goes, "Easy does it, Sienna." And she just kind of looks back up at you all as she looks from Hogarth. "Did you have to hit so hard? You damn near killed me." And like Hogarth just shakes his head like he knows Sienna's personality, that she's almost kind of like making a joke of the moment even though she almost died. And the moment is back to all of you now.
Are you feeling dizzy? Don't stand up too quickly. You might fall again.
Oh, I don't think I'm gonna be getting up just quite yet. I'm gonna need just a moment here. Oh, quite the headache despite coming back to consciousness. Oh.
So, if this is the real Sienna, then the one we met at the campsite.
I'm getting the feeling that this was a much bigger problem than even Kareviss knew about. Just imagine if we wouldn't have killed this thing here and now. I mean, that thing had like 6 of them, plus its reach all the way back up to the top of the gate.
All at the same time.
It would have been pretty bad. And Sienna would have just kept sending troops one by one to their deaths. More memories, more people to kill again.
I wonder where it came from.
Is there any like remains of the Oblex?
Just a pile.
I mean, even if it's a pile of goo, like I would like to like scoop some up in like a test tube or like a jar or something.
Yeah, jar of Oblex.
Jar of Oblex, yeah.
Is it Oblex? I like the. I've been saying Oblex. I like Oblex. That sounds.
I don't know.
It sounds so
Well,
sci-fi.
when it's full, it's the Oblex, but when it's just goo,
It's the Oblex.
Oblex,
yeah.
Oblex.
We'll say that there's some remnants, some gooey remnants. Do you have a container?
Yes.
You down one of those potions.
I did down one of those potions.
Greater healing.
You could collect some, yeah. You could collect some.
Yeah, Urimir will squat down and very carefully try to scoop like scoop some of the like he'll find like he'll dig in his bag and find like a sheet kind of piece of metal and just kind of scoop it up like that.
Okay, you just kind of like, almost like a bread cutter, you know?
Exactly.
And like you just kind of like, and just kind of like
cork it up nice and tight.
cork it up. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Can I do some kind of Arcana check about Finnalai's question about where it, like, do I know anything about what an Oblex is, where it might come from, like if it's just from down there, or?
Give me just a second. I will let you make a check for it. I need to see. I can't remember what type of creature it is. I think I wrote. Yes.
I mean, I have all knowledges.
All the knowledges.
I know everything.
So whatever I roll, I'll know.
Walking
let's,
encyclopedia.
Let's have you make. Let's have you make an Arcana check, yeah. Radimatat.
Hey! Go
I
ahead,
got
girl.
21.
21.
I'm hovering over Urimir, just like ready to prestidigitate if anything gets all over his hands, just staring down at the goo. Thinking.
So that's a really good roll. You know that usually Oblexes, it takes quite a long time for them to get to this size. And this was a big boy. The more memories that they feed on, the larger it gets. So it does take some time to get to this point, and this Oblex is a pretty big boy. You know that people that they feed on, the individuals that they feed, like the memories that they feed on from people, allow them to impersonate those people. So whoever they have already fed on, they are able to impersonate.
Okay.
You also know that those individuals that have their memories ate, as long as it's recent and it's not constant, they can regain those memories from a short or long rest. They just need some time to rest their mind.
Okay.
You gather that, just kind of looking at the situation, you gather that once this Oblex was released from that breach in the wall, that it went out and it fed on the minds of people slumbering.
Okay.
So it had plenty of food to feast upon. Which
semantically, are the slumbering people resting? Are they just constantly renewing their memories? Okay.
They are resting, but like you can still access their memories.
Yeah.
Like a creature.
But they're like a renewable Oblex resource that they're just resting all the time, so they can keep going back and eating the memory.
I see what you're saying.
lose-
I see what you're saying. It depends.
This Oblex is environmentally conscious and using
The answer to the renewable, it depends.
Okay.
It depends.
Huh.
Somebody's not making new memories in their sleep.
Yikes.
I share all of that with everybody.
And while you're sharing that, Luden's just gonna hobble over to Prayaria. He's gonna whisper, "Can I borrow that stick, just to like walk around with? My leg kind of hurts. Really bad."
She'll hand it to him.
Thank you. And now I have a walking stick because I have a broken hammy.
A walking staff.
You slipped
Walking
on a
staff.
banana too, huh?
Something like that.
So, Hesperis, you're saying that thing came through the wall? Do you think there's more of them, like, in there?
You also know too, Hesperis, that this creature can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide without squeezing.
Finn's like looking through the wall trying to find.
I know it takes quite a while and quite a lot of eating for it to grow to this great size. I mean, maybe there's little babies somewhere, but I think it'd be... I mean, I suppose I don't know for sure, but...
babies? Like, it can reproduce? Or break up into other smaller gooey things?
You don't...
Yeah?
Do you think there are more?
I feel like if there were more, we probably would have had a much bigger problem than just the few people that came back. If that makes any sense. I think that it wouldn't be nearly as difficult to get an entire army of fake Siennas up there, and we would have definitely not survived.
Do I know with the 21, are Oblexes like territorial? Do they move in packs? Do they single cell division? Like, would I expect it to
Division. I had an answer and then I immediately forgot my answer.
That's fine.
Are they?
You can also say that I don't know because this is all based on whether or not I read it in the book.
I feel like your role is pretty great. I would say that they're usually like they're not like packs. Like they're not like wolves. Like they don't hunt in packs. They use their simulacrum as an extension of themselves. I would say that they are able to I don't know, I guess I didn't think about how this thing reproduces.
No,
By budding?
I've seen the science video. No, it's just, would I know whether they're generally solitary or whether it's likely if there's one, there's going to be a whole bunch more in the same place?
I would say that you have a general knowledge of them. Like, it's more likely that this was a solitary creature.
I cannot say for certain in any direction, but they're usually alone, so...
Well, maybe it would be best and wise if we, and then he glances over to Burke and Sienna, and then he looks back at the party. Maybe we should go just make sure there's nothing else around here, right?
Can we, I don't know, rest for a second? Because if there is something else around here, I don't think I can take one of those my head hurts kind of things.
Oh my god, I agree.
Yeah, I just need a sec. Please. Is that okay?
Yes, it sounded to me perhaps we want to take a rest, allow you and Sienna and anyone else who needs time to recuperate before we send Sienna and Burke up, and we do further investigation to make sure no children, no Oblex spouse, family member. We just double check down here.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So, are we taking a short rest or a long rest?
Short.
Yeah.
I would like a spell slot, please.
No, not yet. Yeah, so let's see. Roll. Boom. Boom.
Yay.
I will say
Yeah,
that
I'm
during
almost
this-
at full.
Oh, cool. That brought me to full.
Yeah, that was on point.
I will say that during this rest, Prayaria finds a rock and hands it to Sienna, and then like bends down, like, you may hit me with it.
Sorry, we lost our camera feed there for a second. That's why I got all quiet.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
We're good. We're good.
Will Sienna hit Prayaria on the head with a rock? Does she accept the gift?
Okay, so what are you doing? You're throwing a rock at Sienna?
No! Prayaria gave Sienna a rock and she was like, you may hit me with it.
Oh!
In repentance.
You hand the rock to Sienna and she just kind of gives you this weird look like, that's barbaric. Why would I want to do that? Is that what they do where you're from? Child, that's terrible.
He is fair.
In all fairness, I mean, I probably would have done the same thing. You had no clue who I was, and I mean, I'm not dead, so there's that.
Not anymore. Okay.
What? In some weird and strange way, I do feel like this is kind of sweet, so I appreciate your gesture.
Prayaria feels better knowing that there would have been mutual murderous intent between them.
I mean, you're trying to survive, and I mean, I was even apprehensive about everyone else and who was who, and so I don't blame you.
Before
Sienna.
before we start our short rest, I'm gonna use one of my slots to cast Goodberry and make sure that Sienna and Burke get some, and anyone else who's hungry, because I'm sure Sienna hasn't had food in quite some time.
Yeah, Sienna's pretty hungry.
Sienna, not Burke, Holgarth, whatever his name is.
Oh yeah,
whoever's still alive.
It's Hogarth. You can call him Garth for short if you want.
Garth.
Sienna.
Garth. You can
I'm gonna make sure that they get some Goodberry, some Goodberry in them, you know.
Okay.
Sienna.
Yeah.
Do you know about? You know, there's the possibility that wherever we just came from, that there's another you up there. So I would say that you might want to go check on your people. They might be in a little frenzy right now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Perhaps you do have a point there. Do you want Garth to stay with you?
I think Garth should go with you. It could be very dangerous, yeah?
2 is always better than 1. We have a whole group.
Make a persuasion check.
Me?
Yes.
Can I assist him?
No! I made the suggestion.
Keep my mouth shut. Ooh, an 8.
An 8 straight?
8 straight.
An 8 straight.
Straight 8.
Would a 12 save? I can give you a +4.
Just do it, man. Just do it, Brandon. I mean, we're gonna short rest. We're gonna long rest in here anyway. Hopefully.
Are we gonna?
I will say, yeah, she's gonna say, oh, I can handle myself, I promise you. I'd feel better if either me or... Nah, you're right. I think Garth should stay with you. I'd feel better knowing that someone else was down here with you.
Well, you were just reunited. Are you sure you want to part ways so soon?
I'm sure.
To be quite frank, my concern is if your people have been interacting with, not you for a certain amount of time, they might not react in the most friendly way to actually you. I am a little bit concerned about your safety.
That will lower the DC enough, I will say. That's a really good argument. That's a really good argument. That is a very good argument.
Captain of the debate team.
That was a very wow, I love that. Okay, yeah. I will she'll hear that and she'll that's a really good point. You're right. If I went up there, we might have the same situation happen down here where I get clocked in me head and can't have that again. Garth would definitely speak for me, and knowing what's been going on down here, he'll be able to speak on what we've all seen. I think that's a good idea.
glad.
Be safe. Remember, arrows on your left. Is it Samson?
Nope. That's right.
We'll be up shortly.
We'll be waiting for you. And do be careful down here if there are any more.
Same to you.
And she and Hogarth will begin making their way up out of the tunnel.
So
from the
before they go, I will, like, Luden will call after. And you also have some of your friends wandering down here. I don't know if they have their memories. Just be careful.
Thanks for the heads up.
No problem.
I'll keep that in mind, Luden.
As we're taking this short rest, Urimir keeps on like side-eyeing Umber, who's like just kind of
Umber's just kind of like every time you look at him too, like he'll like raise his wings and then he'll lower them again, and you look back and he's like he's waiting for you to tell him to do something.
Yeah. Finnalai. What is that thing?
You don't... That's Umber. Are you kidding? That's your creation? Your baby?
I built that.
Yeah, you built that, and what was it called? Scrappy or something? The other one.
Scrappy. Scrappy kind of like starts shuffling around in his bag at the mention of his name. I remember building things. Umber, yes?
Yes. I think maybe... maybe you just need to sleep a little while. Maybe it'll come back to you then.
Hey, Finn, you know
Yes.
about, like, he looks down at the ground, starts waving his arm. You see, know about that? And he points to, like, or the lack thereof.
Oh, well, yeah, that's your not shadow. You don't have a shadow, remember? You lost it somehow. I don't know how, don't ask me, but you don't have one. And you seemed pretty upset about it before, but apparently you're not now.
No, what? I don't have a shadow?
Not right now. Or, yeah, no, you don't. I don't know when you ever had one, to be honest.
That I do remember.
I remember Umber, so...
Which means I think we've hit our head a little hard, so maybe you should sit down, both of you, and
also,
rest a little bit.
What city are we in? Where
Digbrand?
You don't even know if you're in a city, Luden. You don't
it's
know
like-
where you are at all.
It's like, also, how did we get here? What is this place?
By
Exactly.
Eleanor. We got here by Eleanor.
And where is here exactly?
In Digbrand, we're in the vaults right now. We're here to... He checks to make sure Sienna's gone. To go find Cassius. You don't remember that either?
What's a Digbrand?
It's...
So, is this it? Is this what Digbrand looks like?
This place is awful.
Yes. This is the underground version of the underground Digbrand.
We
If
should
I
probably
could-
leave.
We
No,
should leave.
Not
Yeah.
quite yet. We have some things we need to do. According to what I have read, the memories that you are missing now are, I don't want to say completely normal because this is an old experience, but it is to be expected upon an interaction with an Oblex. And once you take a rest, little nap, 10 minutes of shut-eye, it should start to come back to you and it would be more comfortable.
Oh, that's what it was doing when it was trying to eat your head. It was taking your memories. Oh, okay. Yeah, so maybe go to sleep for a while. Take a nap.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Umber.
Big Brain.
Why? He'll kind of lean in close to Finn. Why is he made out of trash? Did I?
You really like trash. And you're really good at making things out of trash. Like,
You're a garbage person.
Oscar the Grouch.
but good things, not trashy things. You make good things out of trash things.
Yeah, Urimir.
Okay, I just feel like I could find some better material. Like his wings are made out of a sweater, I think.
I mean,
Not
that's
very-
what we had at the time.
Not very good for flying. Maybe I should lay down.
Wow.
You can dream up some better ideas. You do that.
Prayaria is gonna start to feel bad for Umber, and she's gonna go over and like pet him uneasily. She's still not 100% on Umber, but she feels bad that his dad is calling him garbage.
Umber doesn't understand what's happening, but he just kind of like, when you come over to pet him, he's like,
Well, you know what they say. One man's trash is another man's trash that they can do stuff with.
You didn't say that.
Exactly.
Okay.
I'm gonna spend
Something like that.
the whole short rest just staring at Umber, trying to figure out if Umber is sentient. Because I don't know.
It is abomination, but it is our abomination.
That's right.
so you all take your long rest, which I believe is roughly an hour.
Sure.
Or, I'm sorry, short
Short
rest. No, it's
I
a
would
short
love to have a long rest in an hour.
Long rest in an hour? Oh
a
yeah.
short rest.
Lots back, we good. I remember
Hour-long
everything.
short
I got all my slots back. Is that cool?
Yeah,
That you
Samson.
wizard.
Whatever.
Warlock person.
I will use some sorcery points to get a spell slot back.
So, I guess during the short rest, Luden will just be like, talk to the party and be like, so, I guess we still need to find Cassius. And,
Yes, your memories come back after that as well.
cool. So, Big Brand. Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, we need to find Cassius, right? Still, and now we know that it takes 2 wakers to wake him up. What? And then we go talk to Kareviss for him to get his contract, right? That's.
Well, he has already signed the contract. I think we just
Well, I'm
need to
just-
show.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Keep going.
we just need to show the paperwork to the Wakers, right? And then we can move on.
Why can't we just talk to Cassius?
Wait, to Cassius? Yeah, we're going to talk to Cassius, right?
No,
Eventually.
Kareviss.
Oh,
Somebody CMs.
Take one step at a time. We're just now getting our memories back.
Yeah. Kareviss. We need to talk to Kareviss about getting
About
the
Cassius?
2 wakers. About getting the 2 wakers to wake up Cassius.
We should probably find out if he's here first. Can we? Is there only one way into this room, or are there lots of ways out, or how big's the room? Can I look around and see if we can find a way out, or we can find places that look like where Cassius would be?
It's basically a large chamber with a whole bunch of other small chambers that are kind of connected to around. There are little tunnels that go around, but you'd have to kind of explore the space. But it looks like so far from what you've seen that there's only one way in and one way out.
I would like to look around the chamber and confirm that and see if I can. I mean, obviously, see if this Oblex is like hiding anything too. Like, did they collect a bunch of gold for us? I don't know. Or anything else around here too.
No, they they did not collect a bunch of gold for you.
Enough to buy Cassius.
Also, question: when the Oblex, whatever, when it does its slimy thing, does it leave a trail like a slug? Like, can we follow its path?
Yeah. Are there little ruts in the ground where it's been moving? Like, does it have a standard like pathway it's been
You could
following
probably
around?
see. You could probably see where it's been where like.
Yeah, where it's been.
I would say no, because then you would have been able to find it easier. Easier. Yeah, easier.
Samson, do
Unfortunately,
you
thinking through it.
do you remember anything that Cassius was wearing or anything like that might be very specific? Because I can probably use locate objects to see if I can find something like that, or we can just start wandering around. But I can have that up for at least 10 minutes.
Well, fortunately, when I saw him, I don't think he was wearing much of anything.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
That's kind of unfortunate.
No, he's very hot.
Okay.
And either way, I don't think what he was wearing would really help too much, because I think it's in his mind, and he can kind of look like whatever he wants. So, I don't. But
Okay.
he had Prayaria. What was he working on? Do you remember? He was working on something in there.
Glass.
Yeah. He's making wine bottles.
Bottle. Yeah.
Lots and lots of wine bottles. Or bottles of potion bottles, lots of stuff. Big hobby man.
Okay. I can give that a go. If that's alright with everybody else.
So throw some glass blowing tools, yeah.
Sure. So I will locate some old wine bottles and see if there's.
For locate object, do you have to have seen the object before?
Describe or name an object that is familiar with you. Spell can locate specific object known to you as long as you have seen it up close within 30 feet at least once. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon. So I'm just locating whatever type of jewelry making, or the glass blowing stuff.
It would be a statue of glass blowing stuff, right? Like a sculpture of it?
That's what I would think, yeah.
Yeah. So that's, I guess that would be the specific thing that I would be looking for.
Okay.
Does that work, or do I need to?
This is a very weird scenario.
Should be the tagline for the show.
I know, right? Spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you have seen it up close. Alternatively, the spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, such as a certain kind of apparel, jewelry, furniture, tool, or weapon. So you want to locate glass blowing tools. Is that correct?
In the form of rocks, I guess.
Like petrified glass blowing tools?
Yeah, that kind of idea.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you begin to cast that. I believe it's verbal somatic material. What does this look like? Your ritual to locate this object. What does this look like?
So since nobody's around, Luden's gonna take off his hood, sit down, close his eyes, and he's just gonna breathe a little bit, and then it's gonna feel like the whole air gets a little tingly on his side, like his hair starts to set up, and it feels like kind of a radar to him, where it just sends himself out in 1,000 feet in his body. And it's a slight heat wherever it might be in that direction, at the front of his head, or side of the head, based on just around the dome of his head. And if he does feel anything, there's a sense of heat there, and he just follows that heat.
Very nice. So you sense coming from, I'm gonna draw on here, kind of sitting here in this chamber, through the wall, you sense something coming through this wall. It's very on the other side of the wall. You sense something. It's like not even lukewarm, but it's warmer than anything else that you feel coming from over that direction.
It's through the wall, is what you said?
It seems like it's coming. Like it seemed you didn't know there was something behind that wall, but you sensed something behind the wall.
Ah, got you. So Luden's gonna face his body that way with his eyes still closed, and he's gonna be like, he's gonna point over to Samson with his eyes still closed. Like, do you still have that chisel? I think he's back there, and he's gonna point to the wall, and he goes like, I'm getting something from back behind this wall over here. And he's gonna walk over to it and just touch this area.
Okay, I'll go over and chisel an arrow on it.
No. Give me that, and then he'll just start like hacking at the wall. Hopefully through it.
Maybe we should find an alternate way to get there. Are you planning on going through the entire wall?
Or is there something behind it?
I would think so. So, direction of this. Do I know how? Let's see. I don't know if the spell tells me how far it is away. Direction. Oh, I can just do the direction. The direction is movement. Alternative spell can locate an object any thickness of leg. So I guess this would be up to you. Do I know the distance of it?
Do you know the distance of it?
Yeah, so like, do I think it's like right behind this wall, or is it farther away from this, like very, very far into the cave?
The spell doesn't specify it, so I would say no.
Okay.
I don't think this
Well,
is-
I know he's...
I'm gonna go this way.
Okay.
If there's anything up there.
I will go ahead and start following him. I just know that it's in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
So I will take my little lantern and follow him and just keep that direction up as we... And I'll be like, okay, so it's on the left, it's on the right.
Oh, y'all, there's nothing over there.
You move further away from it.
Oh, there's nothing over there, y'all.
Okay, so it's not that way.
Well, maybe we should
what
split
is
up
it
a
the
little bit.
tunnel curls around? Like, we're moving away from it, but it's... I don't know, it might not just be straight out, right?
I saw
I don't know.
path over here.
You guys are
Hey.
so adorable, by the way. Like Luden over here, I'm gonna chisel through this massive wall. I don't know how thick the wall is, but I got time
Is
to
Samson
spare.
just like running down this hallway?
Luden's following.
Where are you guys going? Hey, I think
Luden's let him know. It's over here, guys.
there's another path as well.
There's so many hallways here. Is this the direction we are going?
I don't know where we're going, honestly. They just kind of ran off and...
Not the direction we are going, because there are so many
Samson,
ways.
stay right here. I will go get the rest of the crew.
Urimir's lost.
How
He
can-
doesn't know what's happening.
How
I
can
saw-
Luden move so quickly? He's limping.
That's
I
the
saw
right
Samson
spot.
go over this way.
Samson and Luden, where you guys are over there, that's the right spot.
I'm gonna get
Are
Oh,
ya?
where they are.
I will go get the
If
rest of
you
the
would
party.
like to call them over, you
I will go get
I'm
the
gonna
rest
get
of the
real quiet.
I'm pretty sure this is a wall. I don't see
Guys,
how...
go back to the same place that you were in.
Urimir,
here,
this is
come
a
here.
wall.
Oh, okay, all right.
Hey.
This
Okay,
way?
now come on this way.
Wait, which way?
Hesperis
This
like,
way?
hey, don't be scared. Don't be scared.
I'm
I
stuck in
keep
the
you
wall.
safe.
Oh, this way. Oh, Finnalai, wait,
I
look.
Here,
Okay,
I'm
this
gonna...
way.
He reaches over and grabs Hesperis' hand. I can't see very much, so I'm gonna do this.
Okay,
There you
oh,
go.
of course. Yeah.
Do you see me?
Yes, I see
Okay.
you. I'm gonna hold
Follow
Finnalai's
me.
hand.
It's
I
totally
got-
not an excuse just to hold Hesperis.
I have zoomed all the way out and I still see no one.
Okay, so go right there and go all the way up. I'm gonna go find.
I'm gonna move
okay.
you through the
I'm
wall.
gonna find Urimir.
Oh,
Okay, he's
I
up
would have never found y'all. What the hell?
It wasn't a deep wall. I could have chiseled through it.
So one person figured out where we were going, and everyone else got lost.
Basically.
Okay, so it's over here.
I saw Samson just like fly this way, and I'm like, I can't go that way. There's a wall there.
Okay, so is there a petrified stone there, or is it still inside the wall?
You grab your torches and continue onward into the darkness. The flames dance and flicker around. The sound...
No, don't try to make it sound cool. That we were deeply uncool.
We were lost.
You ran into
Marco.
walls. Some of you ran into walls. Some of you went in different directions that were completely opposite of your friends.
Full Scooby-Doo.
Others were calling out to others were calling out to others, saying like, I don't know where I am. Where did Samson go? Where is Urimir? Urimir's like, there's just a wall here. I don't know what's happening.
We're doing great. We're doing great.
When we put our heads together,
you and Samson, before everyone else gets here, you and Samson walk through this tunnel first, and Luden, you're the first able to see it with your passive perception being so high. It's hard to make out, but at first it looks like rocks piled up and collapsed in the corner. But as you stare, you see the outline of a humanoid figure reclining.
Ah, is that him? And he asked Samson, "Is that Cassius?" Is that what you saw?
Do you all? Yeah, I guess you all get closer.
As we Scooby-Doo, I'm gonna go over and clear out some of the rocks and some of the smaller ones, and be very, very careful and gentle.
Is the figure shirtless?
And I'm gonna try to figure out if this is our boy.
You clear the rocks and make your way over to the figure, and Prayaria and Samson. The resemblance is a perfect match to the one in your dream descent. A man with short, curly black hair. His eyes are open, and you can still see the small distinction of where one of his eyes is split to two different colors, even though he is made of stone. And his eyes, he kind of sits and reclines against the wall as if resting. His head is back against the wall and turned chin up slightly like this. And his eyes are just kind of looking up. One of his arms rests at his side, while the other is awkwardly held up out in front of him. He wears full plate armor. Finnalai, you notice his armor is etched with interesting and familiar symbols. One on each of the palms of his greaves, one on each of the armor of his, the armor of his ankles, one on his chest, and one on each of his shoulder pauldrons. You recognize these symbols immediately, although you're used to seeing them on skin. They are the symbols you've seen as a Chronise. The rest of you can see the chest piece of the armor. It looks like something was torn from the collarbone section. The metal is twisted and pulled back. But at long last, you have found him. You found Cassius. Luden, Urimir, and Samson. Looking at the state of him, you gather a couple things. The awkward hand placement, it looks as if the hand was maybe being held by someone at the time of his petrification. You also recognize the way the body lies and the expression on his face. It's very lifeless.
I can't say that I'm not a little disturbed by his state. I mean, this man's supposed to be a god, right?
I think demigod, I think.
Yes, a demigod of sorts.
What do you think could have done this?
I don't know.
What do you think the memory is that he's reliving?
Well, what happens when he wakes up? Is he gonna be in pain, or?
There's no way to know, really. I don't think so, anyway. I'm gonna move forward and kind of like touch the crone eyes on his armor and kind of like examine it. What does it look like exactly?
Which one? There are quite a few.
I'll start with the ones on his pauldrons.
So on his shoulders. Let's see. Oh my gosh, let me find it. There we go. Okay. So the ones on his shoulders, the symbols are kind of like, I mean, they're all kind of filigreed symbols. Very elven and familiar to you. You know that the ones on his shoulders are for strength and protection.
Okay.
And they almost look like abstract shields almost. Very circular and oblong.
Okay. He's probably been here a long time, don't you think?
Long enough that Kareviss didn't even know he was down here.
You said he was looking up, right? Does it just seem like, his eyes are rolled back because he's in pain, or is he looking at something?
Those of you with medicine proficiency may make medicine checks if you like.
Yes, please.
Oh,
You have a question?
I do.
That's a nat 1.
Killing it.
Yo, my head hurts so bad.
That's a nat 20.
I got this.
Nat 20 and nat 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it all to you. I'm gonna give it all to you, Finn. I'm gonna give it all to you. Well, Hesperis and Finn, you both, just kind of looking at him, this is the kind of pose and expression, and I mean, like somebody who just recently died.
Yeah.
Nah, he's alive. He's good, guys. Promise.
Finnalai, because you rolled a nat 20, your brain sees beyond sight. And you gather, yes, he's probably dead. And that's the reason for his petrification. In order to preserve him as quickly as possible.
Guys, I have some pretty bad news. It looks like Cassius died.
I didn't get that at all.
I'm sorry, Luden, that you didn't, but that is the case.
He's gonna keep looking.
I agree with Finnalai. I mean, it looks extremely recent. Like maybe his last breath just left him.
So, how you said so extremely recent, and we have that diamond thingy, right?
Well, we do.
So, I mean, we just gotta bring him back
Does it look
as
like
soon as they wake him up, right?
I don't know if it's that easy, Luden.
Does it look like he's dead or dying?
It looks like he's dead. It looks like they might have petrified him after he died, which makes me wonder if somebody knows he's down here, because
What good would
somebody
it do?
did this.
What good would it do to petrify him after he's dead?
I think maybe it's like a... God, I don't know how to put this. It's like a fridge situation. Like they're trying to preserve him so that they can come back and revive him later. Like he was meant to be... But somebody couldn't come back for him or something?
That would make sense if he was dying, right? I mean, if he's dead, then he's just a statue, isn't he?
Well, no, you can bring him back with the
There is a way, but it's not as easy as Luden's making it out to be.
Can you do
there's
it?
still hope.
Yeah.
What would you need?
I mean, I guess we do have the diamond, but I don't know. I guess I would need, at least, like you said, him to be waken, because can't do anything in this state.
So we have 3 wakers. Congratulations, Finn.
But I'm not a waker. Like, that's not... I have no qualifications for this.
It's like, well, now you are.
So what? We get the wakers to wake him, and then Finnalai revives him right after he wakes up?
Exactly.
You're putting a lot of faith in me. Like, you think I could just do this? Like...
Hey,
it's very difficult.
You've
kept me
saved
alive all this time.
I swear, you saved me that last fight.
This is a little different. It's not the same.
Well, let's just focus on the task at hand initially, which is we need to figure out how to wake him.
Yes.
Go back and talk to Kareviss.
But I thought he was awake. I didn't think he was... Did you talk to him, Samson?
Yeah, I did.
From the afterlife?
I pulled up. I'm gonna pull out the weeping vial, and I'm gonna pull it out of the lead-bound container I keep it in. And
as being this close to its body, the light just flows through the chamber immediately as you take it out. It's very, very bright. This is like that vial that Galadriel gave Frodo, like just the whole chamber just...
It's light in dark places.
we didn't exactly talk to Cassius himself. We talked to his soul, and so the soul has been separated from the body. So he's most assuredly dead.
How do we put it back?
It's complicated. Now look at Finn.
But can you do it?
We're gonna have to try. We have no other option.
Yeah, what do we have to lose at this point, right?
Exactly.
What do you need?
A long rest.
Worried.
I don't even nap, my dude.
I think what he looks... Do I know how Cassius died? Or how it's said he's died, or what the legends say, or what they think when he disappeared? Do I know what that myth looks like?
I think you've rolled on this before. Essentially, so I'll just kind of reiterate what I've said in the past. Essentially, there are a lot of rumors and myths about what happened to him. Some people say that he was betrayed. Some people say, some myths say that, he just disappeared off the face of the planet because Vera took him back into the heavens because she was selfish and didn't want her beloved hero to remain on this plane any longer. She wanted him with her. So along those lines, disappearing, betrayal, someone along the betrayal route, it's rumored that it may have been another Celestiset that betrayed him for power.
Do I know anything about petrification? Who can do it? How it would work? Like,
I
feel like maybe the person who held his hand did it? I don't know.
You don't know. You weren't there. Somebody was holding his hand. Maybe it was nice. Maybe it was malicious. You don't know. Like, I love you, or like, yes, you're gonna die now because I betrayed you. You don't know. You don't know.
Maybe both.
Maybe both. Nobody knows.
Well, with Finnalai's nat 20, actually, do we have a cause of death? Did the petrification kill him?
With his nat 20, I would say it looks to be the cause of whatever was torn from his armor. That looks to be part of the cause.
It was his soul.
But it's hard to tell what else was done to him. But it looks like whatever was torn from him is part of the cause of his death.
I don't know if this has been mentioned before. Is Cassius human? Like, looking at his ears, he's...
You guys, Prayaria and Samson, you remember his eyes glow. His eyes glow.
I'm gonna look at Luden.
And his skin had kind of like a pearlescent sheen to it.
What's up?
Others like you. Eyes glow? Like light? Light eyes?
No.
No? Okay, not a Luden.
Cassius is an Asimar.
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
Angels, aren't they?
Yeah, it's like Finn, but with angels.
What?
Deanna and we both went like this at the same time.
Do you mean like instead of being half an elf, half an angel, like a Nephilim?
Yeah.
Oh.
You best believe Luden's mind went straight to like, Finn is half an angel?
Might as well be.
It's like,
A whole angel.
What is going on?
Half? That seems small.
I see. So he must have been, really old. When
Wait,
he
are
died.
Asimars old?
He doesn't look old, does he?
Well, no, but I don't know. Normally people who have these crone eyes are pretty old. And he kind of like looks at the symbols on the armor.
Okay.
I'm gonna pretend like I know what a crone eyes is, but actually not know.
I'm
just like gonna agree.
Right. Yeah, that checks out.
He's gonna look at everybody else just shaking and be like, hypothetically, if someone didn't know what that was, what would you tell them?
It's usually the thing you get when you're like 300 years old, It's like a rite of passage. But this is on his armor, so it's a little bit different.
Maybe it's not his armor.
Is this an elf thing or a
You thing.
This
For
is
you,
a,
Faye.
weird island elf?
this is a weird island only pertaining to Finn's backstory.
So, wait. Samson, how old are you?
I just rolled my eyes.
I don't think that everyone who gets to be 300 gets crone eyes, but at least I have never heard of them before.
Well,
Wait, how old are you?
I'm not
Hesperis?
300. No, I'm not 300.
well,
Side-eyeing everybody in the party?
he doesn't look 300.
He doesn't have to look 300. We don't look 300 when we turn 300. We just turn 300.
Then how old are you?
I'm not 300.
Nobody answers Luden's question. It tells them how old they are. All they answer is, I'm not 300.
I'm not 300.
It's only two ages, 300 and not 300.
He's
don't
definitely
know how
thinking
old they
like 275, 280. It's like, how young am I compared to the rest of this party?
Luke's just a baby.
Yeah.
How old are you, Luden?
Not 300.
Well, that makes all of us then.
Well, I'm rich, Samson, you're... Right?
It's hard to know.
See, because
I'm
saying
very
not
old.
300, he could be older than 300, and we still wouldn't know.
So yeah, where's your
It'd
crone
still
eyes,
be
Sam?
true. Still be true.
Yeah.
What?
So where's Samson's crone eyes? Or do they like grow, or like is it just like a tattoo?
We don't have that where I'm from.
Yeah, it must be just something where I'm from. In which case, we should probably just rest.
So is Cassius where you're from?
I don't know. I wouldn't know that, Lauren, right? I don't know.
It would make sense for your mind to be confused and boggled, because that doesn't make sense in your world
Yeah.
and what you know.
Maybe he was. Or maybe he's the one that... I don't know. I honestly don't.
Well, he was a hero. Maybe he just did something heroic for your people, and they said, "Congratulations, have some crone eyes." Or
Well, it looks like it's only on his armor. So maybe just the armor is from there.
Are they usually only on armor?
It would make sense that it would be maybe a blessing of Lady Vera or something. Because he was, Lady Vera's champion.
Do they make you stronger?
I mean,
I think so.
probably could, yes. I mean, but as you get older, you also get stronger too.
Not in my experience. You get a lot.
That real old man strength.
Yeah, that gold. Grandpa was not like that.
But normally they don't, they're not on our armor. Normally we get them on our skin. It is kind of like a tattoo. And it grows.
like you add more over time, or
do you just have to water?
It's more like you grow with it. If that makes sense. No, I don't have one.
He said he wasn't 300, so...
Well, do you only get them at 300? Do you get one at 100?
Finnalai looks very irritated.
Luded just
tell us your age, Finn.
Luded squints.
You only get it when you're 300 and when you're like, you know, an actual elf. So, you know.
My bad.
I shake my head at Luden. Just like what an asshole.
He puts his hood back up. Looks down.
Shame.
Sorry, God. Well, ask me more questions.
So, I'm sorry, I do not know so much of Cassius' story as I feel you might. He was a champion of Lady Vera, a lover? Is it maybe she was holding his hand here? I don't...
Well, he was definitely the champion. I don't know if it's ever been confirmed if he was, like, her lover or not. But he was very close to her.
Very different. Okay.
Yes. Well, that's an interesting way. I guess you could see it. But... that would mean she'd have to come down in, like, physical form unless he's reaching out for her. And she isn't known to really do that.
I think we're well into unknown territory here.
Yeah, it's a lot of speculation.
I think there's one. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna draw these symbols and just kind of mark them down just in case we need them later.
Well, I think one thing is very clear, though. Oh, that was weird. When he does get woken up here in the next couple hours or tomorrow, or whenever we come down, when he does wake up, I think we're going to have to use this weeping vial, and we're going to have to bring him back to life, too.
How does that work exactly?
I don't think any of us know yet, but we have a few hours to figure it out.
Do we want to wake him up without knowing, or do we?
I mean, of course we're gonna figure it out first, but we just have to figure that out pretty quick.
Well, I mean, he's not going anywhere.
It's fair.
Who here would know anything about that?
Probably the Wakers. I mean, I don't know.
Do they attach souls usually?
I just feel like they would probably be the closest people to find out, considering its petrification. Maybe they have... Oh, and by the way, if the soul is not there, maybe if you have the soul, you can move back inside of the chest.
These things, in my experience, are godly in nature. Finnalai, would you like to pray with me?
Sure.
Obviously you don't have to pray to my god. You have, you say, personal relationship with Levi, but together we might spend some time and speak to higher power.
That might be a good idea too. Maybe we could get something.
Thank you, Lawful Stupid, with the rate of 28.
Yo,
Hello.
Welcome.
We're gonna try to. We got a situation on our hands. Cassius, our legendary hero, written in the stars, who's been dead for thousands of years, but has been petrified, and not dead, but sort of dead at the same time.
So wait,
Party's
is he
gonna try to
dying
bring
or
him back.
fully dead?
We got a soul.
He must
got
be
a soul in a
dead.
bottle.
He must
Soul in
be
a bottle.
dead.
They have
because
his soul in a
is
weeping
out.
vial, and they're gonna try to bring him back.
If his soul is not with his body, then he's by definition dead.
We just shove it in his mouth real quick. Just eat it. Eat your soul.
Eat your soul.
It's like, what if you absorb all of his power?
So,
What if we ate his soul?
Let's not.
Finnalai, as you write down, drawing these symbols that you see on Cassius, I will also tell you that the one on his greaves, the palms, you know, are for generosity and understanding. The ones on his ankle armor is for swiftness and guidance. You can kind of make out underneath his chest for love, family, and passion.
And I look at the back of his neck too. Is there one back there too?
I don't know if you can.
Oh yeah,
He's
because it's like, is
leaning
he's
up.
pressed up against, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Interesting. He has all of them.
Luden is about to ask a question, and then he thinks better of it. Keeps his mouth shut.
When you get a crone eyes, you select a different part of your body to get it, depending on what you want it to represent. So, for instance, then he points to the one on the chest. This one is family and love. So if that's important to you, you'd most likely get it on the chest when you go to get yours. But obviously his isn't like a tattoo, so it makes me wonder if the crone eyes was like, I don't know, maybe like an invention of his or something. If it originated from him, if those symbols did.
Well, if it's on the armor, could it give the armor those abilities? Kind of like my infusions?
I don't think it quite works like that. It's not like something, it's important. It's not something you can just take off and give to somebody else and then all of a sudden they get it. It's almost like, I mean, for us, it's a part of us. So I would imagine it's the same with Cassius and his armor.
Are all the symbols in the right places?
What do you mean on the right places? What do you mean?
Like, are all the symbols that are on Cassius's armor, like, are they in the like traditional places you'd get that crone eyes? Like, if you were getting a tattoo.
Finn can answer that question.
Yes.
Like, they're all in the traditional places.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
The symbols look exactly the same. It doesn't look like maybe a more archaic version or a different version. It is precisely how you usually seen it done.
I think so. They look pretty similar.
You earn each, or after 300 get as many as one?
You usually get one, and it grows. So if you would get them on your palms, they would grow outward on your arms, and then...
So start as one, grow to many?
I don't know if it's really considered like more than one. It's more like the one that you find most important, and then you grow with that one that you choose. Perhaps it could become something more like as you get older, but it's.
Go ahead.
So
Oh,
people
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just trying to ask if like people only get one, or if they have many, like Cassius has.
Yeah, like if an elf is very old and very accomplished, would they be able to? They got family. Are they able to get swiftness later, or since they've chosen family, they can only grow with that?
They only get Finn. You know, they only get one, and it grows with them.
Yes.
This is
You
a
only get
special-
one.
Do any of these look like they've grown?
I don't think so. No, not quite.
I think
And Finn laughs probably too, like that's a silly notion. Like that's silly. Like
I mean, well, then that means you didn't like pick one, right? Like
I don't say this in character, but I think we're looking at source material here. We're not looking at him getting other stuff.
Parentheses. I think we're looking at source.
Yeah. we're looking at the inspiration for the Chronides.
This is the
That's what
Cronized
I
Player's
said.
Handbook that he has on
Trying to
his,
get all of the
his
lore.
armor.
I mean, I am just, throwing spaghetti at the wall here, which I'm going to learn to cook very soon. Perhaps this was a gift from Vera, and the armor inspired your people to do something similar themselves, like that is the order that things took.
that is what I'm thinking as well. Yes.
It's really cool.
It is.
Not to be a party pooper, but are we sleeping down here?
Well, I would
Sorry.
like to pray first, but
Just wondering.
Well, do we know?
What time is it?
Yeah, do we know what
5 p.m.
It is
24
not.
seconds.
At
Yeah.
this point, I would say it's probably about 8.
Yeah.
Time.
8 p.m. in 24 seconds.
Perfect. We can go back to the
Fuzzy Navel.
thank you, Fuzzy Navel, and kind of regroup there. I mean, like I said, we know where he is now, and I think we could all use a rest and a drink.
I agree.
it's comfortable. We don't think that anyone else can find him now. We are comfortable just leaving him here.
I mean,
Here
if
is
they
the-
wake him up, well, he won't be able to, we have his soul.
If they wake him up without his soul, he might die. See what she's saying, but
He will
Here-
die.
here is where he's been, right? It's not like
They need
Yeah.
makers.
Right now, no one else knows that we found him. So if we don't tell anybody, then we just go back to the Fuzzy Navel and sleep. We can come back tomorrow.
if it makes you feel any better, Samson, could you like mold earth around him and kind of hide him?
Yeah, cover the ancient hero in dirt.
The ancient
He's
hero
been-
statue, but
Yeah,
He's been
sorry,
missing. He's been missing for probably longer than I've been alive, and so I don't think anyone's gonna find him in the next 8 hours.
Which is how long?
More than 300 years.
So
more
long.
than
300.
300.
We have to go
Okay.
retrieve Wakers anyway, so that would be a good plan to do.
First thing in the morning, then, yes?
Sure.
Get
I'll
out
wait.
of here.
mark the path
You said first thing in the morning.
tomorrow.
To do what? We're going to talk to Kareviss, right?
No,
What do you want to talk to Kareviss about, Luden?
Getting the Wakers.
we're walking.
We already have the contracts and things signed. I think we just need to talk to the Wakers. We are just finishing up our end of the bargain.
He's very busy.
I mean, we
Yeah.
should definitely talk to his
He's
employees. I want to talk to Sienna on the way out and let her know, that things are cleaned up and that they are safe. And I'm sure they will report that to their employer.
So, why aren't we going to talk to Kareviss? I feel like he would want to know that we killed the big thing. He is the...
I'm sure someone will let him know.
That is why I am giving word to his employees. If you like, we can stop by, tell Honik tomorrow morning. We're on our way back, I suppose, from the waking. Yeah, just tell
from the wait, can we tell Sienna at least? Well, Sienna knows. I'm sure she'll tell them. I'm sure she'll. Well, yeah, I guess. I'm just a little confused on why we wouldn't go see the man that hired us to do the job.
Well, because the job's not done yet, right?
It is done. We killed...
Luden, I can honestly say that he makes me very uncomfortable.
I'm starting to think that they don't think he's going to hold up his end of the bargain.
I thought we voted on this already.
We did. We vote contract, we get contract, we hold up contract.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to let him try and hold up the contract.
You remember that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like... Okay, let me put it this way. If you were to hire someone to do a job and to do the payment, for instance, with the bandits, you notice how we went back to the bar and told her that we had settled the bandits so that she could be at peace of mind? Why wouldn't we do the same thing with Kareviss? I mean,
we are going to let him know. We are letting his secretary and his employees know. I personally would not like to see him in person again, and I don't know what would be accomplished by doing so.
I can do it myself. You guys can come down here and wake him up. I mean, waking someone up is a long process, right? I can just meet you afterwards. It just doesn't make sense not to let the person know that it was a contract that we did, that we finished the contract.
What's going to happen, Luden, if he says no?
I don't know what's going to happen if he says no. I thought we were trusting him on this one. We talked about this.
Before we meet him.
Then we met him.
I would say from my point of view, and you can 100% disagree with me because I care about what you think. My concern is I do not think he is so pleasant of a man. I do not think he is as trustworthy as I would like him to be. We are completely fulfilling our end of the bargain and doing everything we said we would do, and we will let him know it is finished. I am just nervous if we give him the opportunity to be unpleasant, that he might do something harmful. So I am saying we should take our direct deposits before he can hurt us in some way. If this is something you are uncomfortable with, I would love to hear why.
What happens when he finds out that we went to talk to his employees, and the first thing that they do is to go ask their boss to make sure that this is okay? Then he'll definitely know we went behind their backs.
I do not see how we are going behind his back. The contract that he signed said if we find Cassius, he'll be given to our care. I don't understand what we are doing that is incorrect.
Permission.
I'm just wondering, okay, so if he doesn't see it this way, going up the chain of command is an important step. I mean, doesn't it seem a little dishonorable to a very honorable society that we don't go back to tell the person as soon as the job is done before we seek compensation? It's the same thing as getting the king's signature for something, doing it, and not allowing the king to fulfill his part of the bargain. That's what I mean by going behind his back. Does that make sense? Why would you, for instance, we do a job for king. You don't go to his treasurer to collect the money. You go back to the king so that he can award you what you finished.
I'm pretty sure you do go to the treasurer.
First?
The king is a busy man.
King
So is
say okay.
Kareviss.
I do 100% agree that we should let Kareviss know that this is dealt with. I think that is very true, because that is the thing that he is concerned about.
I just see this blowing up in our face. I really do.
Yeah.
Is everybody on the same page with this one? It looks literally at everyone, one by one.
Everyone but you.
You too, Urimir?
It's you, Urimir.
It's two.
I think at this point, we can't afford him to go back on his word. I mean, we saw how he was even when we produced the contract. He said, and I quote, "Even if Cassius is down there, there's no way I'd ever let you walk out of the city with him."
Yeah, but he said that jokingly. I mean, he signed the contract.
He did.
I don't like joke.
It's like if you had a child and the babysitter said, "Ha, I'm going to kill your kid, but I am joking," would you then leave your child with that babysitter? Like, it's a joke, and you can take it as a joke, but it makes me nervous enough that I'm going to take precautions.
What a dark joke, Hesperis. Is there a side of you we don't know about?
Samson's just like, yep,
That's the
I
DM
get
coming
this.
out.
It's like, yep, I get this 100%. This is a relatable story.
Would it?
But either way, he has the contract, right? I don't. If we go and talk to him and he says that we can't have Cassius for whatever reason, we still have the contract, right?
Exactly.
And if he does go back on his word and he is dishonorable, there's no reason why we wouldn't be able to still bring the contract to his employees, right?
Is our word against him. No one else see.
Luden's like just super uncomfortable. He just looks at everybody again and goes like, puts his hood back up. He just goes, chuckles a little bit and just goes, as they're still walking, he'll fall behind a little bit and just go like, guys, I thought we were trying to do this the right way.
We are not doing anything dishonest. We are just taking precautions.
The semantics of it all doesn't seem honest. The fact that we're having this conversation does not seem honest or honorable, but it's okay. Told you guys at the very beginning that I'll go with the group, but it does seem like we're changing the plan in the middle of things. Not giving someone that does see honor a chance to be honorable. And that, my friend, does seem dishonorable. And I do see this blowing up in our face.
Would it be more efficient to have some of us go to talk to Kareviss, some of us going to get the Wakers? Would that be better?
No, if you wanted to, Luden, go talk to Kareviss while we have the Wakers. Because we do want to move quickly in general.
You are right. Will take long time. You can have long talk.
I'm willing to do that.
Okay, then we came to it.
All right. So, you all make your way back up to the grand foyer. You can sense kind of confusion among everyone. You see Sienna is there, and Hogarth is there, and Burke is there. And just kind of, you can tell she's been explaining to everyone the nature of the creature and how this has all been affecting them. There is a wash of relief and cheers as you all make your way back. And there's this revelry as she shares that their watch here is over and that you all helped end the tyranny and the just the darkness and the evil that has been going on here, and help defeat the creature, and that the creature has been vanquished and the vaults will return to normal working order once more. And now that you all hear, they kind of like, a lot of the dwarves kind of like come up to you, and someone's like, do you think that the creature came from the breach? Now that you've come back, we had some questions for you to see, maybe you could help shed some light on some things.
You know that it came through the wall.
I'm kind of tired personally.
It's been a long day.
Maybe tomorrow or the next day. I mean, you can always ask Kareviss. I'm sure he shares the pertinent information with you guys, right? I'll tell you later. I'm just.
We've been waiting for you to come back up. We don't have many questions.
I can answer a few questions now, mostly in an academic way, but also we are in great need of sleep. I know we are going to go back to our hotel, take a rest. I believe we are going to be meeting with Kareviss tomorrow, and some of us will be coming back here, so we might cross paths again tomorrow morning.
Okay. You will allow them to ask you questions?
Sure.
I've already left.
I'm going.
I just gotta go.
Okay, so
I'm on my way out.
Nighttime.
you do see. Well, I'll come back to that because there is someone out there. There are some things happening simultaneously. You do all see the escort that brought you all to the vaults kind of lock eyes with you all, and he will approach you, Samson, and who I guess Urimir. Who are kind of like lingering around each other. Prayaria, Luden, and Finn, are you around Prayaria? I'm sorry, Hesperis, are you moving kind of along with Samson and Urimir?
I'm
on my way out.
I'm behind with Hesperis. I hung behind.
Okay,
I'm also behind. I want to know what the dwarves are
questions are?
talking about. Yeah.
All right, so Samson, Urimir, and Luden. This escort kind of locks eyes with you, and he approaches and just kind of like slaps you and Urimir on the back, and seems very pleased with your efforts, and just begins to congratulate you. He goes, "Well done! Absolutely well done. Lord Kareviss will be very pleased with your efforts. Quite a hoard of gold heading your way, I'm sure. Shall we?" And he just kind of gestures you all to follow him out of the vaults, insinuating that you guys will all be going to see Lord Kareviss.
Can we go to sleep?
Is Lord Kareviss still here? It's nearly 10 o'clock, isn't it?
It's true. It's probably a little late.
Why are you still here? Shouldn't second shift arrived?
I was instructed to wait for you to return.
My dear, is this a man or a woman? I don't know who it is. It's just the escort.
Does it matter? It's a man.
No.
Does it matter? You gonna try to like flirt with them or something?
My friend, I do thank you so much for staying here with us and seeing that we would come out on the top end of things. But and now that we have, you should go home and get some rest. We're going to do so the same. Forgive me if I say this in an unkind way, but I'm sure Lord Kareviss has already gone to bed, and he would not want it to be disturbed this late. The gold can wait.
Make a
Friend, I can
persuasion.
barely walk.
Make a persuasion check.
With advantage. Hey.
19.
Yeah.
19.
Quite right. Is rather late. lose track of the time when you're down here in the vaults. I will go ahead and I will send word, report to Lord Kareviss of the completion, and it'll be the first thing on his desk in the morning.
Understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm not sure we'll be here early in the morning, though. We'll probably get quite a decent amount of rest. Should
But
we make?
I'll make sure to let him know that you will be seeing him first thing in the morning. Is that correct? As you have said.
I don't know if we'll be here first thing in the morning. There is quite a lot of sleep we need to catch up on. Could we reschedule for perhaps a dinner reservation with Lord Kareviss?
Dinner? Yes, I think that sounds appropriate.
Thank you, friend.
All right.
Luden side-eyes Samson a little bit, and then doesn't say anything.
Okay. And you guys make your way out. For Prayaria, Finn, and Hesperis, who have remained in order to... as Hesperis fields some of their questions. They're just a few. Someone in the crowd kind of like shouts out, was anything found in the tunnel? Think it might have been put there on purpose. That tunnel was kind of out of the blue. Some people were saying it was from the purple worm. Did you find any loot?
We didn't find anything of particular financial value. We did search the goo for gold, but just goo. Just the Oblex.
Goo. That's disgusting.
Yeah, the Oblex is made out of a very specific mucus membrane that I could, talk about the composition of, but I don't know if that's interesting.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Jonathan talks about his toe jam enough. I don't need any of that in my life.
Yeah, so just it's a very similar thing.
Did anybody die?
No. We did, it was very difficult. We did have people go unconscious, but Finnalai is a very capable healer.
Those were the only questions I had, so.
Right. Yes, I make pleasant, non-specific conversation with them. I give them as little information as physically possible while still being polite.
Oh,
Of course you do.
Yeah.
Prey wants to know about the breach. One of them said breach.
Yeah, someone asked if the creature came through the breach. Like the breach in the wall. She was and they were asking you all. Like if it came from that breach, that tunnel. If you think that it came from there.
That breach.
Okay.
Have creatures come through that breach before?
Well, we don't know. That was I'm guessing not. That was the first time that hole came open. So we just assumed that creature had been locked up in that in that hole in that cabin for some time now.
I'm very glad that all of you are doing so well. It seems you have your senses about you a little bit more now.
Yes, thank you. We have lots of packing up to do, so that we can get this place back the way it was. Can't have a makeshift wall camp in the foyer of the Vaults of Slumber and not when people are ready to come and pay.
My best wishes, best of luck on that. Like I said, we will be back tomorrow. We will probably be walking around a little bit, saying hello to you again tomorrow.
Oh, when you think you open again?
We're hoping to open sometime tomorrow.
So there will be people in the vaults, wakers also in vaults.
At some point, we hope to get everybody back over here.
They're not giving you any sort of leave? You don't get any time off after this happens?
Oh, we won't be in here, but we're moving our stuff out. But we're getting it back in working order so that our camp isn't here.
I see.
No one go near breach. Yes?
Should we not? Is there another one down there? You're not there, Daniel. Stop shaking your head.
They're all about that money, y'all.
We didn't. We want to make sure tomorrow also is safe.
That's part of the reason we're going to be back tomorrow. We have done some, preliminary investigation to make sure that we have fully destroyed the creature. But sometimes these move in family groups. It might have offspring that we did not find. It's part of the reason we want to come back tomorrow.
Make a deception check.
Okay. Okay. It could be true. Does that help?
Hey.
That's a 22. It's very reasonable.
Oh, that does sound rather unsettling. It's true. It's probably safer, but it's good to kind of look through.
No, I don't want to worry you at all. Anything would probably be of a small size. We just don't want to take any unnecessary risks,
Well, we'll make sure to have the foyer. We're going to try to make sure to have the foyer cleaned out sometime tomorrow. But I will say that Lord Kareviss, we have been informed that Lord Kareviss is going to be sending some of his men over here now that you're done. They're going to be swapping out with us.
Fantastic. Good. And I look forward. I will give them the same warning then.
Well, of course, yeah, so we'll be moving out, but I do know Lord Kareviss is sending some of his men over here to guard, to continue to guard the front door, as we can't let anybody in until we have settled everything inside, just to keep everything safe. So it's good to know that you've mentioned that. I will definitely let his guards know, and we'll be very vigilant on who we allow in and out.
Right.
That's good.
Thank you. All right, it's really late, so we should probably go.
Lauren?
Yeah, yes?
After we left, I don't head straight to the Fuzzy Navel. I head to the mud pits to go pick up Snog.
You go to the mud pits to pick up Snog?
Yeah, I gotta go pick up our pet. Also, if Samson doesn't come with me, I'm not gonna say anything, but if he doesn't come with me, I'll also pick up Volpa.
I'd definitely go with.
Cool.
I'm not even sure where he's going, but I'd definitely follow Luden.
Completely silent walk.
Prayaria will meet them there because Luden has her staff, and also she wants Mountain.
Wait, is Mountain there too?
Yeah, pretty sure we left them all there.
Yeah,
Oh, well,
probably
I'll pick
all
up
there.
all of everyone that I can, except for, I guess, Samson got Volpa, and I'll pick up the other two.
Yeah, Luden doesn't like to be held. Or, I'm sorry. Volpa doesn't like to be.
That's completely fine.
Both things are true.
Who hurt you?
That is untrue. At least the wrong Luden loves a hug, so.
I meant to say Volpa doesn't like to be held.
Yeah, do you remember, Lauren, when you did that whole thing at the end of the last arc about, this character is chaotic good, this character is lawful neutral. Luden does not like to be held.
That might be true, too.
Well, we're all friends now, so we might have to change that.
So, you pick up all of your pets from the spa, I guess.
Yeah.
And you will make your way back to the Fuzzy Navel. Is that correct?
Just holding Snog like a. But yeah.
Okay. You all regroup at the Fuzzy Navel. We'll say that takes another hour. It's 9 o'clock.
I do want to let you all know that it appears that the guards that are currently there are going to be traded out with some of Kareviss's people, some of his guards. I have told them not to go near to the area that we were because we want to do further investigation in the morning. We will see how this goes.
Luden, Urimir, and I made a dinner reservation with Kareviss at late in the evening.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, about that. Yeah, so what about the whole plan of me going to talk to him while you guys are down there? Are you guys going to go down there at tomorrow late evening? What's up with that, Sam?
Well, I mean, if you feel like as though you need to go down over there before the dinner reservation, that's certainly a good thing. I think we can still proceed as we are, but we have a dinner reservation in where he should be by the end of it.
Sure. Okay. Just making sure.
All right.
I'm gonna go to bed.
You guys
So
ready to take your long rest?
I'm going to pray. I don't know if Finnalai wanted to pray with me, but I'm going to take some time to do that. I don't actually have any sort of spell that would. I'm not mechanically. I'm not going to get anything from this.
How does
But-
Hesperis pray?
She.
How do you pray, Hesperis?
I take Finn up to the room with me, and I was gonna say strip down, but that's not right. I'm wearing my full vestments, but I'm not wearing all the dwarven clothing on top of it. Go down to my vestments, completely clean, hair down, take all my makeup off, any jewelry that I have. I get my hands and feet wet, like in the bathtub or in the shower or whatever we have. Well, probably not a shower. Whatever it is we have. And then I just sit on the floor silently for a very long period of time. It's not super interesting to watch, but she does want to open the floor up as well. If you wanted to, you said that you had a close relationship with Levi, and obviously I am not a practitioner of Levi's, but if you wanted to take time to pray and find guidance for this soul issue, sometimes it helps me to be among other worshippers,
So through the process of doing all of that, Finn will do his best to kind of follow along. He takes out some of the braids out of his hair. He washes his hands, which he thinks is a little bit weird. And then he goes and he sits down next to her on the floor. Yeah, I don't know. Levi, he's kind of transparent most of the time. Usually I just sometimes I'll talk to him, but mostly he just shows up and, we talk.
So you find his words all around you. That's a very good relationship, I think.
Yeah. That's exactly it. Is that how it is with you in Remblace?
Remblace, yeah. I have had a visitation, and I pray, but I do not think my relationship is so it does not sound as personal as yours is with Levi.
I mean, it's kind of personal. Yeah, we'll talk, every now and again. So how many visits have you gotten from Remblace? Does he
See that? No, go ahead. They were talking about the camera shuffled.
Oh, that's one.
Was it recently?
It was he told me what I had to do, so he told me to come and find all of you and to. That's mostly it, yeah. Just to find you and assist you in whatever way I could. I have found some difficulty in following his guidance. It is non-specific, but that is the way of Remblace.
Yeah, sometimes gods don't always say exactly what they want you to do. They want you to kind of find out on your own, right?
Mm-hmm. Do you have a path set forth to you by God?
A path?
No.
Is that what you said?
Yeah, I mean, you do know, it is a very personal thing. You don't have to answer it. I've been trying to find it,
Yes, and no. Well, more or less. He's basically told me that it's basically my path to experience as much as I can. And it's been pretty amazing so far. I can't say, I don't feel like I really am doing everything I can, though. I sort of lied to him last time I talked to him. And, well, I didn't exactly lie. I boasted a little bit. And now I'm a little nervous that he might come back and yell at me.
I understand that fear. I am always concerned that I am disappointing Remplace. But if you feel as close to Levi as you are, then he has chosen you for a reason, yes? And he has love for you as you have love for him. If he has, chosen you in the way that what you can do suggests, then I think even if you do not walk your path perfectly, he is still with you.
I think that's the case too. There's a lot of things before Livy I couldn't even do. So many things. I mean, my magic didn't really work as well as it does now. I couldn't really get in touch with it the way I do now. So something's working. Have you worshipped Remblace all your life?
No, I haven't. But he has given me purpose in my life. The temple has given me purpose in my life. I am sorry. I am going to pray. Is this okay?
Okay, me too.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You guys pray?
Hesperis looks very uncomfortable for a moment and then goes back into completely calm, praying mode.
And he'll just kind of like... he feels a little awkward, but he'll try.
All right. So you have your prayer moment together, your bonding experience, and Finn, you pray with Hesperis. And you're ready for your long rest? All right. So Luden is in his own room.
Oh, before bed, Urimir is like he's casting mending and repairing Umber and petting him on his head and saying that he's not trash at all. He loves you. He loves Umber.
Good.
And he's gonna get some better material and make them all nice and pretty and stuff.
Okay.
But before I go to... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say you do so.
Okay. Before I go to bed, I'm going to make whatever promises are necessary to Volpa so that she will watch Luden's door to make sure he stays. And if he does, if he does, come wake me up.
Stays?
Yeah.
Volpa moves out at sits in front of his door and just stares at it.
Like,
so
just
lawful good he's gonna climb out his
for it.
be
window.
cool about it. Be cool about it. Like, be cool,
But after you
Volpa. Don't
say
do
be
it weird.
cool about it, like she
Like
kind
in
of
the
like
Raptors or
cracks the
something.
door with her nose and just lays her nose at the doorway.
A baby.
Like her nose is just poking out and is just watching, and then Snog just kind of like looks at Volpa, thinks about laying next to her, but is terrified and goes back to Finn, and then the Rog just kind of Mountain just kind of tick, 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 sits down next to Volpa and just kind of looks at her, and then his feet are just kind of and he just sits and he apparently he watches too. He doesn't know what he's watching, but he looks out the door frame and just watches as well.
I got the Rog's back looking at me.
That's my son.
So, and so Volpa does listen to you and do that. As you all take your long rest, Finnalai.
Uh-oh.
While
Knew the
every-
praying would do something.
Make a
Who's yell at
Constitution
me?
save throw.
There are two different people who could yell at you in this moment. Who's it gonna be?
Finnalai, while everyone sleeps, you awaken, disturbed from your slumber. You look across your bed, the bedroom chamber, and you see this ethereal tree that just sprouts into place, and the entire room just changes all around you, and you are in a forest. The ceiling melts away, and you see the starry sky. And this tree, this ethereal tree, has these kind of shades of orange and violet. And it just appears before you. And you see reclining on a long branch in this ethereal tree, apple in hand, other leg dangling down, Levi. And he tosses his apple towards you. Flies through the air, and it changes from a bird, kind of like arcing its wings and then back into an apple, and it lands on at the foot of your bed. And he says, "Don't take a bite just yet, Finnalai. That's a down payment for now." He sits up on the branch, and you see his half-elven ears and the slight scar and the black eyes and his buttoned-up tunic. Such a dark and dreary place, don't you think? His other hand holds the forget-me-not, and he inhales its sweet scent before tossing it towards you as well. A lovely reminder of what you're missing from outside this ghastly mountain. I know you miss it. We simply have to leave this place as soon as we can. Individuals like us were made for the sunlight and taking advantage of this world, of what this world has to offer. Don't you agree? And that is where we'll take our break.
Oh boy.
Love the music.
And that is where we will take our break, as your god Levi appears before you and changes the complete area around you. And your friends are still there, they're sleeping. Like the bed.
And you said the bed is there too.
The bed is there, yeah. The beds are basically there, but like all your friends are sleeping nearby.
Is Luden also there? His bed like 30 feet away.
Yes.
And Volpa and Mountain are just sitting there just watching.
Yeah. Yes, so, and that is where we will take our break. So we'll be right back, and we'll see you all in just a little bit as we return with this conversation of Finnalai between him and his god. All right, we'll see you all in a little bit. A 12 does break it.
Really? Train, we have to wait until your next turn.
Okay. I know. I just don't know myself.
I would never hurt people on purpose, Bhagwan.
All right, then we can trust our boyos. She's not gonna hurt anybody.
Does anyone have a lockpick?
No! No, we don't need one! Oh, hold on a second. Let me fix Deanna real quick.
Oh no! What's up?
You're just a little bit askew. Let me unskew you. Let me unskew you. Hold on. And there we go. Now you're unskewed. Okay. So jumping back in. Finnalai, you wake up while everyone else is asleep, disturbed from your slumber, and you see the entire chamber of this room has been transformed, and you see this large ethereal tree in the corner, stars in the sky that just appears right before you. And reclining on a long branch, apple in hand, is Levi. And he tosses that apple over to you, and he says, "Don't take a bite just yet, Finnalai. That's a down payment for now." He sits up. "Such a dark and dreary place, don't you think?" His other hand holding a forget-me-not, he tosses it towards you and inhales its sweet scent before he tosses it towards you, he inhales it. "Just a lovely little reminder of what you're missing from outside this ghastly mountain. I know you miss it. We're so similar. You know, we're made for sunlight and taking advantage of what this world has to offer. We need to leave as soon as possible, don't you agree?"
And reaches up to grab the forget-me-not as it flies towards him. And he kind of tries to inch past Hesperis, because I assume he's sleeping in the middle of Hesperis and Prayaria, which is usually how it goes.
Absolutely.
So he tries to slip by without waking them.
Levi kind of laughs a little bit. He goes, "Oh, there's no need for gentleness, I assure you." He kind of walks over and just kind of like gives Prayaria a little, and she's just dead asleep.
Oh.
I mean, he doesn't like smack you, like he just gives you a little like tap tap tap, you know, like nudges your feet, you know, with his hands.
I'll let it slide.
I do miss the sunlight, but there are things we still have to do down here.
There
I
are.
think well, yeah. Haven't you been, watching? I don't know. I guess
that wasn't a question. That was a statement.
I know you don't just watch me, Livy, but
There are. I must say, you continue to impress me. Taking down an Oblex, a dark and fierce creature of the mind, besting a creature of deception and delusion. And then, I will say, unfortunately though, with this contract of yours, I do wish I saw more trickery.
Yeah, that was a slip up on my part, I suppose. I didn't know how to do it, how to go about it, I guess. I'm still learning. Did you say I impress you?
There are areas that you have shown improvement in. You are faithful and somewhat reliable. And I think you are far more than you realize. And you, my dear Finnalai, are exactly where I meant you to be. He kind of like waves his hand, and the stone form of Cassius lying in the corner appears. He is dead, Finnalai. You know it, your friends know it, the Wakers will awaken him, but it will be too late. That is, it would be too late if it weren't for you.
I don't know how to do that, though. They're acting like I should just know, and I've never done something like that before, bring somebody back.
Another lesson, Finnalai. You know, the mortals in Digbrand like to brag that strength is passed down through heritage. And I'm eager to see you surpass your family. You're already seeming far more capable than your father, and you've only just begun. But I would like to see a little bit more trickery. You said you were capable of it. You wouldn't
did say
lie
that.
to me, would you, Finnalai?
Only if it was on purpose, the lying part.
Finnalai, you must do better than that. Perhaps if you tried harder, your friend Luden wouldn't be a bit of a mountain in this situation. I'm sorry, Christian's just cracking up.
That's probably true. But then I'd be lying to him, which I guess is not so bad.
It wouldn't be so bad. You would most likely already have Cassius under your wing, and you wouldn't have to deal with all the complications that seem to be heading your way.
But he's so insistent on going to talk to Kareviss. How can I make him stop?
You're smart. God, I gotta stop laughing at you guys. You're smart, Finn. Perhaps a combination of intelligence. But wisdom is also valuable in this situation as well. Nonetheless, people like to open up to those they're close to. They become vulnerable. Perhaps finding Luden's vulnerability will be helpful. Perhaps not. But you told me that you were capable of lying if you believed that it would help your friends, if it would keep them safe. And if you had lied, perhaps things might be different, easier. A casualty of the situation. But I digress. Another lesson, Finnalai. I will teach you how to bring back those who have died within moments. It's a start, but listen carefully because you only have one shot. If you fail, he cannot be brought back by any other means necessary. When the time is right, you will have only moments. Do you understand?
I understand. One question, though, if you wouldn't mind. Did you know Cassius?
He kind of looks at you. I knew, and perhaps did know him.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had, like, a history with him.
Everyone knows the great Cassius.
Well, yeah, but I mean more on, like a personal basis.
Yes. Are you ready to learn, Finnalai?
Yes.
He taps your temple, and this green energy courses through your veins, and you obtain this kind of like head rush of knowledge. And your head just kind of throbs for a moment before subsiding. He smiles at you, and then kisses your cheek and says, "If you succeed in your deceptions and trickery, the apple will remain fresh and crisp, and you will be able to eat of it and reap your reward, Finnalai. However, if you fail, it will rot a disappointment, and I know that we both don't want that.
And what will happen if it rots completely?
Do you want to find out?
No, of course not.
Well, then let's see what happens. I believe in you, Finnalai. I always have. And I don't think you're going to let us down.
I won't. I know that I won't. I can't.
You've seen what will happen. I've shown you. He just kind of like brushes your cheek and he says, "Good night, Finnalai. Till next we meet." And you are overcome with such overwhelming sleep. Your eyelids weigh down immediately, and you fall asleep.
Falls back on the bed, flop. His hand on his cheek.
You all awake the next morning.
The vibes are off.
I want my shadow to fight Levi and see who would win. I think that would be a dope fight.
I want to fight Levi.
The truth versus the lies. Let's do it.
Oh god.
Okay, well, Luden gets up. He's gonna go to the table and go get some breakfast for this long and crazy day we're about to go through.
Yeah, Hesperis gets up early as usual, does her full skincare oil routine, puts on all her makeup, all her new dwarven clothing, and goes down and joins for breakfast.
Praya's gonna check on her plants and things before she comes back in and also joins everyone for breakfast.
All right, you guys all meet each other for breakfast, and Prayaria, you check on your plants, and Volpa, of course, sits up. Her tail swipes back and forth as you wake up Samson, and she does that kind of chattering excitement, seeing that you're awake and that she's done a good job.
Is the apple still there when Finn wakes up and goes to look for it?
Yeah. It's at the foot of your bed.
Yeah. He'll pick it up and he'll put it in his cloak pocket. And he'll go join everybody else. But he looks at it first.
It is flawless. It is like go ahead.
I was gonna say, is the bite still out of it? Like just the
Oh no.
Okay.
No. There's no bite mark taken out of it. It is like a perfect shine, like the skin is perfectly smooth, shining like Macintosh apple. It, like, looking at it makes you hungry. It is perfect, and the colors are flawless.
Stay that way.
Could have at least thrown a Honey Crisp.
Honey Crisp Macintosh. All right, and you all join each other.
Yeah, So I still had the rest of those good berries that I was supposed to give Snog that I forgot to do last night. I mean, before we went in like 2 or 3 episodes ago, I cast Goodberry and gave him half before. And I'm going to go ahead and give him the other half that I was supposed to give him when we got back.
Now that's lawful good. Right
Yeah,
there,
I
sure that
definitely remember it.
Gotta pay off all of your debts, even to a
Did you do it, but you didn't do it
So-
before the long rest?
No, I definitely did not. I wouldn't have remembered. I think he remembered just now. I think he had a pretty bad day yesterday with all of the brain eating. And so, I mean, they're still good. They're just not as magical as they used to be.
Oh, okay. Well, Snog
Yeah.
definitely inhales them if Finn lets him.
Oh, Finn looks so distracted at the table, like staring down at the food, that he just like in thought that he doesn't even notice Luden feeding Snog, which is pretty unusual.
So, Urimir will join everyone as we're eating. He pulls out his plate, obviously.
Oh my god.
And
visible anger.
And he'll look around at everyone. Completely, he understands the looks. He doesn't care at this point. This is what he does. This is his everyday routine. And so he'll look around at everyone and go, so what exactly is the plan for today?
Well, I'm going to talk to Kareviss. You know that.
Yeah, Luden, I want to apologize for the way that I spoke to you yesterday, because I was being honest, but you know, there are ways to be honest without telling the entire truth. I understand why you want to go and see Kareviss. I think it comes from a good and honorable place. I am just very concerned that an act of honor is going to end up with people being hurt. I am very concerned that, I do not think it is dishonorable for us to fulfill the contract without talking to him. I can understand why you feel differently, but I am so concerned that if we go to Kareviss and we give him the opportunity to go back on his promise, then because we put, our trust in him so fully, then we will not be able to get the hero. We will not be able to help people. We will not be able to face the second because of this one moment. And that is the more complete truth of what I was trying to say yesterday. And I want to apologize for not saying it before.
I just wanted to tell him that we were done. And give him the opportunity. So say I don't go. Then what?
Then we go get Cassius, and if you're so insistent, then we just let him know. We can always hide Cassius. And
So we learned when we went down there that it takes a long time for this to happen. What happens if we walk down there, they see us doing this? I would much rather the plan go wrong because he lied to us than the plan go wrong and then we end up in jail or direct enemies of Digbrand because we didn't do the honor.
Well, we are not doing anything dishonorable. There is, unless he wants to say that we completely forged the contract, we are well within our rights to do what we plan to do. It is perhaps not the most polite thing. But they are already expecting us there today in the vaults. I told them we wanted to check the lower levels again. So the only suspicious thing we will be doing is requesting for a waker to go with us.
Multiple wakers.
Is Belgain around?
Yeah.
I'd like to call him out. Belgain. I'm gonna raise my hand.
You all see Belgain's in the middle of cleaning a glass, and you kind of you nod him over. He preemptively pours you all a fuzzy navel.
He knows what's up.
Just anticipating that is the need.
Belgain, it's 8 a.m.
And you haven't had one yet.
No, but We do have a bit of a business to attend to today.
Do you have that
Perhaps-
contract I gave you?
Yeah, I have it.
Can I borrow it, please?
Sure. He goes into his pouch along the side and pulls it back out.
It's back on the table.
What do you know about Lord Kareviss?
Depends on what you want to know. He is the Lord of Wealth.
No. Not
of wealth.
Yeah. He's responsible for minting the coin and currency and precious gemstones and dig brand. And he also maintains the mountain's treasury and oversees the earthen basin and the vaults of slumbering. That's really what he does.
Have you ever met him?
Yeah, I have a few times.
What's he like?
Being a legacy house, we had to interact with other legacy houses from time to time.
Would you say he's an honorable man?
I mean, all the dwarves here claim that they're honorable.
Yes, but what do you
Do you think he would obey this contract if we actually found Cassius?
Oh, shit. Bouclier, no. If you actually found the real Cassius, there's no way in hell he would honor that, no.
Because Cassius is worth a lot of money, correct?
Are you kidding me? Oh, you kidding? He is priceless. If the actual Cassius was in the vaults of slumbering,
I can't imagine.
I don't even think that you could put a price on that. I mean, maybe 2 million gold? Even that sounds like pennies to me, honestly.
Functioning
Or coppers to me, honestly.
Yeah.
That would be crazy.
So he takes his position very seriously then.
Well, yeah, I mean, he kind of like, his face kind of like gets a little downtrodden as he kind of thinks on it some more, and he's like, I mean, if you think about it, if I was him, I know what I would do with him. I know what I would do with Cassius if I mean, this is the kind of thing that you talk about with your mates, right? What would you do if you had a million gold pieces?
If he looks at Luden's like not smiling. He's actually like any bit of happiness. It's all the way back to not as bad as like when we first walked in, but it's definitely like just dang kind of thing. He's not happy right now.
I'm not proud of it, and there's some bitterness there, and there's some disappointment, I think. But I don't think I made the wrong decision. I think I made the right decision. But
okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask, what were you in charge of?
My father, he was the Lord of Might. He was the overseer of the Den of Honor, mentor to our generals, and the leader of our armies.
Those responsibilities were to fall to you.
They were. But not anymore.
Whose responsibilities are they?
It's divided up between the legacies, and a lot of the people here, the citizens, are quite angry, very passionately so, because I have given up what they deem is, well, it is the second of our creed, might. We cannot be weak to our enemies or to our allies. It is what we are supposed to be. Strong. Glory to the strong. And me giving that up is it makes us look weak.
I don't know how much my word might mean to you, but I think that you are a very strong person, Belgain. It takes strength to turn against what others want from you.
Thank you. That's very kind, and I agree. And that is why I stand by my decision, and I have no regrets. Don't get me wrong. I have no regrets, and they'll carry on all right. They'll carry on all right. They distribute that power amongst themselves. While it does cause some conflict as one tries to have more power over the other, but if I had Cassius, I would make him the leader of our armies. If it was me.
Yeah, Hesperis' eyes open wide and she just drinks the peach, the fuzzy navel. Just
Unfortunate that Cassius isn't anywhere to be found. Unfortunate.
And Luden just asks.
Can I ask you a question though?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. If he was gonna ask a question, he's gonna ask a question. He's good.
Sorry, I was gonna ask a question.
Go for it.
Who are you trying to wake up? Obviously, you're not trying to wake up Cassius. It's a couple of something.
I nudge Samson.
I look conspiratorially around at the team. And I whisper to Belgain. Bonnie Wapple.
Bonnie Wapple? Why would you try to cover that up? Is it embarrassing? Well, but he's a talented artist, an amazing musician. Why would you try to cover that up?
How much money do you think I have, Belgain? I know you're nobility and all, but like, how much cash do you think I have? God, man. Read the room.
We've bought a lot of fuzzy navels. We're pretty poor.
I guess that makes sense. He is quite expensive. They're all expensive.
How much do you think bananas cost?
What's a banana?
I'm desperately hoping he hasn't noticed that every time we come in, we're wearing new expensive clothing and magical items.
Yeah, but we broke though.
I don't have any new stuff. I don't have any magic items.
Clearly don't manage our money well.
Look, clearly we blew our stimmy checks on clothes and some magic items. Speaking of which, we can't leave until Urimir gets his new clothes.
Good luck.
Get that today. You got today.
Have you already gone? You should have already left.
Look, we got... Excuse me.
Well, you could have just... you already asked to bring back Cassius, right? Well, I'm sure Goldlight would let you wake Bonnie without a blink. That's nothing. Especially if you brought the
thank you for the advice, Belgain. I appreciate it.
You're just gonna end it there, huh? Okay. All right. Well, let me know if you need anything else. Was there something that you wanted to say, Luden? I'm sorry.
He was gonna ask, would you ever take that power back if you had the opportunity? What would be the reason that you would take that power back? Like, is there any dishonor, or is there any situation?
You mean like, would he ever take back the power of his family?
Might. Yes.
And no. I don't think I would. Actually, I know I wouldn't. I don't live regretful now. This is what I always wanted to do. And maybe I had to break the chain of legacy and heritage and expectations to do it. And it does feel rotten when people who live here, give me looks, say things behind my back. It does feel rotten. It never feels good to be treated that way, but it feels even better to be doing what I love every day of my life than be doing something I hate. And to be quite honest, if I hated being the general, which I would hate it. I would hate being the leader of our armies and the training of our generals. I don't think I'd be good at it. Because I don't love it, because my heart's not in it.
It's fair. Just wondering.
Of course. You all let me know if you need anything else, and I'll bring it over. And 2 skips. If I could skip, I'm rather large,
Could you
but...
tell me where the post office is? I am realizing now I also have an errand to run if we're, moving expedited.
He draws on a napkin once more and
Thank you so
provides
much.
you with directions to Lay Post Office.
Lay post office.
I have a follow-up question about that interaction. Is it inherently obvious that this is the first time after Belgain says it that Luden realizes that this Kareviss is not going to honor his word?
Are you asking?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking
I was about
Luden.
to say,
Yeah.
like, are you asking me or Luden? Because that sounds like a Luden question.
That's a Luden question. Like, is that written on his face that this is the first
more
time?
so than. I feel like it's more of the first inherent full time that he's for sure that he would definitely go into it.
Okay. Cool.
We need it.
So is everybody okay if we, go pick up the clothes and go to the post office before we go back into the vaults, or is that very silly?
I'd like to say one thing to the party.
Oh, yeah.
First. You guys just talked to Barney and said that, Hesperis, at least you did. It seemed like everyone else agreed that they were fine with Barney, not in a sense shirking his responsibilities, but
Barney?
Okay.
Belgain?
I mean, Belgain, sorry. Yeah, Belgain.
It's
too many B's now! But Belgain, shirking his responsibilities, but following his heart, and that being honorable. And I really don't require a response here, but every time that I do the same thing, I've seemed to met with a lot of conflict. And I will say that I might have been wrong in this situation. But regardless of if I was wrong, I was following my heart and my sense of duty. And I want you all to realize that I do want us to succeed. And it does get very tiring every single time that I suggest something or that I say something that might be in the hint of following my own heart, that I am constantly attacked for it. I'm bringing this up because I don't think that we can continue this way, and I do respect you all as people. Rule number 4 was to trust your friends, and I do that. I do trust you all. But if no one trusts me, then what's the point of keep going on? And I'm not going to sit down and take it sitting down anymore. So I'm asking, give me the respect that I deserve. Please. And at least try and listen to me. For constantly belittling me every single time that I say something. I'm tired of it, and it hurts. That being said, I was wrong in this scenario, and I accept that. But I do want to say, and I never wanted to say this, if we would have taken one Waker down, we definitely would have failed. So at the end of the day, we came out ahead in just stealing one Waker and failing altogether. So forcing anybody was still failed, okay? Now I'm willing to go ahead and continue. And he'll lean back in his chair.
All right, so
Yeah, Hesperis will make a little bit of eye contact with Luden across the table, and she knows that this is not directed at her, but she will give him a little nod and then look back down.
Well, and he'll kind of look around at everyone. Are we all on the same page now?
Sure.
Mostly.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, now that we have confirmation that Kareviss wouldn't give us Cassius regardless, I think we should take Belgian at his word, and we should try to, I guess, wake him ourselves. We can.
Sure.
I do think, in the interests of preserving that relationship with Kareviss and having the ability to return to the city if we should like to, I think it is worthwhile to go to the dinner that Samson had organized and to explain what happened in the vault and just not bring up Cassius. But discuss everything else that he is rightly know as a business owner. But we will have Cassius out before that point. Maybe we can put him somewhere while we are at dinner. I don't exactly know what to do with Cassius once we get him out of the vault, but
If Kareviss is dishonorable as Belgain says he is, I don't think this is going to be a chance for us to come back. I think we need to find out how to get out of here. We are not going to be able to just walk Cassius anywhere, hide Cassius anywhere.
We can't.
Samson's right. He's way too expensive, so we need to find a way out of here quickly. As soon as we have Cassius.
I'm gonna look at Finnalai and just try to read something real quick. There is a boat. If we are comfortable pursuing that direction.
Yes. Sure. We could do that.
And leave the Vardo here.
Maybe it's a very big boat that we could.
Urimir, which would we rather have, Cassius or the Vardo?
Well,
I think we can always come back for the Vardo.
All my stuff's on the Vardo.
And we could ask Belgain to watch over it for us, if need be.
Yeah.
I think we could I think if we ask Addie, she'll go ahead and put it on there for us. We could go over there and take it now.
Okay.
And Urimir got to go get his clothes. Hesperis has got to go by the post office. We could do that real quick.
I could also wait. I don't need to do this today. I just. Yeah.
Well, it seems like this might be our last day in Dick Brand.
And it very likely is our last day in Dick Brand, but we do have something we have to do the important thing. So I think we can manage those other things though. But those are all important to all of us in some way. They're not the thing.
I can send my letters from another city.
Luden has a point, though. We're not going to be able to just walk him around freely. Is there a way we can disguise him or hide him in some way?
I can hide him.
I think do we know how to revive him? And he'll look at Finn.
I'll look at Finn too.
Lots of staring at Finn at this point.
Yeah.
It's all on your shoulders.
I think I can do it. I think I'm confident I can do it.
Do you need any assistance or materials?
No, I don't think so. Just we're going to need to be able to know how to get him out of there. I'm fine. I think I can get it.
I can get him out.
I have some questions.
If he's awake, I can get him out.
We also don't know how he'll react to waking up in the slumbering vaults after apparently dying.
Mm-hmm.
What were your questions, Luden?
I have a couple. Do we know? I feel like we need to talk to Addie to see how far this boat is. Because depending, we could put the Vardo, park it near the entrance of the vaults, wait for Cassius to come out, put him on the Vardo, and drive out of here as fast as we can that way. I do think that we might be a little faster than them on the Vardo, just through magic.
Another thing is, if as soon as the Wakers find out, imagine, how are we going to make sure that the Wakers don't get intercepted at all through any sending spells, something of that nature? I mean, that is, I'm quite sure, the ability of someone here. I feel like there's a lot of different questions that we have to make sure that when we get these Wakers, that they do what we say.
When
I am very much
talking...
not.
Oh, sorry. Finish your thought.
I'm very much in the aspect of doing things honorable, but when I look around here, I don't see very many honorable people. I do believe, or I do not know, Hesperis, can you make someone do something? That way.
Looks a little wounded.
Yeah, was that a jab, Luden?
I can.
No, Luden at this point, I will say. Oh, sorry. His whole demeanor has changed. He looks more like he is strategizing for battle, like that he is definitely about to go fight.
Asprey still looks a little wounded. I can help people make the correct choice. Yes, I can assist them.
Well, we still have the contract.
Yes, that is what I am essentially thinking. We are not asking the waiters to do anything outside of their regular job duties. Prayaria asked the guard yesterday when the vaults were reopening, and they said today. So we go to a waker, we show the contract, we show that we have the right to wake Cassius up, I suppose, and they go, okay. And then they do their jobs. We say, thank you. And then Samson does whatever it is he's going to do to get Cassius out of the place.
Yeah, we're gonna play it by ear, but
Gonna turn him into a horse?
No, I'm gonna turn him invisible, and then I'm gonna walk out with him.
Luden, you remember Addie, and you, with your past, I think it's your past investigation. Let me double check here. I'm sorry. Urimir, actually. We'll say Urimir.
Mm-hmm.
You remember Addie telling you that when you guys said you had to think it over.
Mm-hmm.
You remember her telling you, yeah, you probably stay at the Fuzzy Navel. That's where all the tourists stay. And she told you that her crew members would be here. And you do see a few individuals wearing that solar flare crest of the Aerosalant. They are all wearing, those that are all wearing this kind of dark autumn orange cloak over their backs, almost like a rusty spice orange. And you do see a couple in the corner throwing back a few Fuzzy Navel shots and laughing together wholeheartedly. You see it, one of them is kind of like reclining back in his chair, smiling. His hair kind of runs down to his shoulders, black and kind of windswept carelessly. He's got a peppered stubble on his face, but he's young. Sun-kissed tan skin with a smirk that suggests hints of trickery and playfulness. He dons this kind of lightweight, sun-faded leather armor, and there are a variety of fish hooks just kind of pierced through various places on his leathers. And then different sizes and types of they're all different sizes and types of fish hooks. Some are more rusted than others, and the rust kind of leaves like an orange residue on his leather coat. The seams of his jacket are stitched up with these hooks as well, kind of hanging down from his double-looped belt. And he's currently drinking from his ale mug while flicking one of the hooks along his knuckles back and forth. And you do see them. They're here.
Well, we could always talk to crew. He'll nod in that direction. Say, there's no, I mean, if I'm sure they could relay the message for us to Addie, and she could be waiting for us whenever we are ready to make our escape.
I feel like we are asking at this point, what happens if she's not leaving?
If she wants us to work with her as much as she seemed like she did, maybe she'll work with us.
So maybe you guys should be the ones to make the request.
He'll glance over at Hesperis.
Yes, I can speak with the crew. I would need some specifics of exactly what we are asking. Are we expecting them to help us get Eleanor out of the city, or are we just asking them to meet us at a specific place and time?
Both.
I think what we should do is tell them that we agreed to the offer she gave us and give her our conditions.
That we need
Or
to leave
them.
today.
Yeah, she did say that she was leaving until 2 weeks from now. So we would have to leave today. So they would have to begin getting their things prepared.
Okay. Hesperis, perhaps you and I could have a conversation with that gentleman with all of the fish hooks in his lettuce.
Yes, of course. Right, so we are asking for assistance in getting out of the city and in getting Eleanor out of the city in exchange for our assistance on their work, yes?
Yes. I mean, she's a pirate, so...
Let's have them, if we can, let's see if we can get them ready to leave as soon as possible. Like noon? Or sooner, if possible?
They all need to be on the boat before
ready
we
to
leave.
go.
Yes.
Yeah. With Eleanor. And then I'm gonna give Hesperis all the gold we have to make sure that gets done.
Oh, okay.
The big bag.
Quick question for the DM though. The mountain is not right next to the water, right? Like it would be yeah, like they wouldn't be on the boat this afternoon. Is that possible? How far away is the coast?
It definitely doesn't seem like it's possible from the information that you have.
Cool. So it's just
You can go
we need
ask
to be
them.
ready to head out of the city by this afternoon.
Yeah, maybe there's a place outside of the city that we can meet up.
Yeah, okay. Cool. I just don't want to be persuading him
We
to do
could also
something that
be
the rest of the party
smuggled
doesn't want.
Yeah, the ocean is very far away.
So we're gonna be... This is gonna be a
Days.
chase.
Okay. Well, hang on. So, okay, we've got that part. Hesperis and I will secure our way out of here. Samson and Finn at least have to go into the vaults, find the Wakers, and do the resurrection and all of that magical crap.
Well, I think Finn, Hesperis, and I should all go, and then I think you, Luden, and Prayaria can handle the boat, but I think we should take Hesperis with us.
I'm still thinking we can do what we said in terms of have Eleanor at the front of the vault. When you walk Cassius out invisible, everyone gets on Eleanor, and we drive out of the city as fast as we can. It's gonna take a second for word to travel, but I mean, as soon as they find out, if they ever find out, like, that was Cassius that they just resurrected, unless we do something to those Wakers, put them to sleep, keep them out, they're going to find out very, very quickly. And word's gonna travel fast. It's going to need to be...
I do want to remind you that you would have to take a platform down.
Oh,
Yeah.
shoot. Well,
I think that's fine. Because the statue is not immediately recognizable as it's not labeled. We don't have to say that we are... I suppose the contract does say Cassius. It's just a guy named Cassius.
it's not the Cassius.
Well, they won't know when they look at him.
I mean, I had heard the name before. I don't know what he looks like.
It's
Minor
a good
illusion.
point. I mean, this guy has not been seen for thousands and thousands of years.
True that.
The only concern is that the contract says Cassius.
Again, not the Cassius.
Yeah, not
Just
that,
a
not the
Cassius.
Cassie. It's just a
A Cassius.
Does the contract say the great Cassius on it?
It's like when Michael Scott signed his name Donald Duck or Daffy Duck for Diversity Day or whatever.
A lot of people probably name their sons Cassius in a place like this. Legendary warrior. They all value strength and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Could probably
And
the
manage
name
I feel like
Brittany.
Urimir can
So
change it
many
up
people
real
name
quick.
people Brittany,
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, I get we're we're trying to skirt the details here, but we did tell Kareviss.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
the Wakers are not Kareviss. They'll figure it out once we're gone, is the hope, I think. So they won't have a reason to tell anybody because it is a completely normal transaction. My concern is thinking about the Wakers.
Well,
Don't they
if
need additional paperwork? They would need They said that they had paperwork that yes, this person can wake them up, and also generally the heroes will have things that say here is when I want to be woken up or by whom and all of that. How do we go about doing this?
well, I can do that.
How do you mean?
I mean, I'm a bit of a forger. Back home.
Do you know Celestial?
Do I know Celestial? Hang on, let me check my character sheet. I don't think I do.
Does
Okay,
anyone
well,
know
we-
Celestial?
I don't.
I don't.
If you had a sample, I could copy it.
That's not how that works.
That's not how that works.
It's like if you had a sample of the alphabet, yeah, you could copy the alphabet, I
Like
guess.
a Japanese tattoo kind of deal where it's like, it's words, all right.
Soup.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, it could
as
be
long
art
as you give an
instead
example
of
of the kind of document you're trying to copy. Okay.
All right, guys, you've been debating for quite some time now.
I think we've got it.
I think a direct order from Kareviss will be enough.
I think
All
so
right.
too. We're gonna
'Cause
have to
why-
hope that it does.
Yeah, because why would we have somebody for something else? You know, the direct order from Kareviss circumvent that other paperwork.
Right. Step one, we need to talk. Can you guys go ahead and talk to those people with Addie?
Well, I think
Are we all
Maybe-
going into? Are we all going into the
Don't know
vaults, or are there
that.
only 3 of us going into the vaults?
Yeah, I think out of character. I think the plan was me, Samson, and Finnalai were gonna go to the vaults and deal with the Wakers, and then you three were going to go haggle with
Addie.
Addie.
And secure the escape.
Yeah.
Okay, so I know I don't want to beat a dead horse. So how are we getting out of the city?
that's what.
Are we being
Well,
smuggled by Addie? Can we be smuggled out with Addie and just
I
give her
think
all the gold that way?
I think y'all will figure it out when we get there, because I don't know what she's capable of. Yeah.
Yeah.
But y'all will make the right decision when you find it. And if you can pick us up on the Vardo and get us out, that'd be ideal. But if the Vardo needs to already be on or with them, that'll be fine too. Just
Our goal-
whatever's necessary.
Our goal is going to be to wake Cassius and hope that we do this as stealthily as possible. And yes, the Wakers are going to see, but we're going to have to try and convince them otherwise.
They'll be
Is
our
what it
friends.
sounds like.
yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
And then-
I
Oh, go ahead.
should I go talk with Addie, or will you need someone to make sure guards stay outside?
Urimir and I can make sure that we can secure your escape. Take as many people as you need down there to make sure that you guys follow rule number 1.
Yeah, I think that's the more important parts of the mission.
Then
If you
Prayaria
are
comes with us.
if you are not outside the doors of the vaults when we come out, we will meet you outside the gates of the city. Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right. Dig Brand 6.
Let's do this.
Ocean's 11. Dig
Is
Brand
that what our
6.
name's gonna be then? Dig Brand
Brand
6?
please no.
Please.
All right.
Alright.
Where are we starting first? We want to start with talking to Addie, going to get the Wakers, or go? Yeah. It's either one or the other. Where do you guys want to start?
Well, we're walking to the temple of Bouclier, so
Okay.
let's start with them over here because the hook man's close by.
The Hook
Yeah,
Man
he's
is
right over
right
there.
there. All right. All right. You.
Alright.
Look over at Luden.
He's stone-faced, determined again, and he looks over at Hesperis and he goes, "Do you mind if we have all of the money, please?"
Yes, I just thought of that as I was leaving the building. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. I give
He
you
will
the big
take.
bag of money.
Takes
Yes.
all of the money. Okay.
Do we have to give him all of it?
All of the money.
All of it?
You don't have...
Urimir.
No. Okay, I'm gone. Bye. Okay.
Luden's gonna look as they're all leaving. He's gonna be like, "Look, here, you take half. I will take half.
Great.
But they,
Urimir, I have 323 gold pieces on, or 283 gold pieces on me. If this pulls off, we pull this off, you can have every penny. Deal?
Deal.
Cool. All right, let's do this.
So you walk over. I have half, and Urimir has half.
Yeah, we'll walk over to the table and I'll gesture to Belgain. Belgain, can we get around for this table, please?
Well, sure thing. I could do that for you. And
Okay.
he
Can we get
grabs-
3 bottles for this table? We're about to ask them to do some crazy shit.
It's like that. Okay.
Yes, it is. We need to come with the big guns now.
3 bottles of Fuzzy Navel.
Fuzzy Navel, and yes, 3 bottles of Fuzzy Navel.
All right then. That is a, I would say probably like a, because they come in shot glasses, probably like a gold apiece.
That's
A gold
3
apiece for the
gold.
bottle?
Give it to him.
3 gold for the bottles.
Oh, dope. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
yeah. We rich out here. It's all good. You know.
So he comes out. He brings the bottles and he brings more glasses, and the man with the fish hook says, "We didn't order anything," and he just kind of points to you guys.
Oh yeah. We have a seat down at the table, and Urimir says, figured we would share a drink with some new friends, potentially.
You've set us up quite well. Yeah, why not? And who do we have the pleasure of meeting this afternoon?
My name is Luden.
Luden. He raises one of his fuzzy navels and drops it back.
Luden
And
raises
I'm-
one himself, drops it back.
And I'm Urimir.
Urimir takes another, drops it back,
And
and I
you
believe.
are?
And is Prayaria there with you too? Is she not?
No, she
Okay,
went to
just
the-
making sure. Just making sure. Okay. Theyus,
Theyus.
nice to meet you. And
Nice to meet you, Theyus.
very generous of you to offer up the 3 bottles of the Fuzzy Navel. Drink up, boys and lasses.
There's much more where that came from, but I will say that our motives are a little double-sided.
Oh, not entirely. We just we noticed the crest that you bear. We are associates of your captain.
Ah. Did you fight in the Den of Honor recently?
Yes.
That we did.
Captain Solstice has mentioned that you may become galling.
We are the Firefly from Hell's associates, yes.
All of you are the Fireflies from Hell.
No,
Um,
we are her associates.
Oh, you are
We
her associates.
we travel with
Her underlings, if you think.
I suppose that makes sense. A woman of such power, just as we are the crew for Captain Solstice.
Yes,
Suppose she has an influence on you as well.
In this case, yes. She seems to be probably one of the most powerful members of our party. He says that, like, as sincerely as possible.
He raises another glass and downs it.
Okay.
Your captain came to us with an offer recently, and we told her that we would sleep on it. Well, we've slept, and we wanted to talk about terms.
Of course. Are there any terms that you would like to bring to the table?
Nothing that would put you in an unfavorable position. Our only real term, or I guess the first of our few terms, is that we expedite our travels.
Where is it? Expedite.
And we will pay for anything. Well, expedite it so much so that we leave today.
Today?
And we will pay for. Yes, today. I understand that this might be a burden on the entire party. So, we are prepared to offer gold and fuzzy navels for the entire crew so that we can all leave in an expedited fashion very quickly. And he will drop 80 gold on the table and just be like, and this could be your share just for brokering the deal.
He kind of like sits back and just kind of like moves his fingers back and forth, and you see this fish hook just kind of like between his fingers as he kind of sits back and thinks. That's quite a generous offer. You watch as he's leaning back, and he grabs his crest on his shirt, and he leans down to it, looking at you all, and begins to whisper.
I will call Belgain over to the table one more time, and I'll be like, can I get a barrel of fuzzy navels, please?
A barrel?
A barrel.
God, why are you making me do math, Christian?
We are going very serious. This has to work, or we are screwed.
Look, this is our boy Belgate. However much it costs, we give it to him. Like,
Well, like it's a cask like this big, like that's 10 bottles,
like
maybe?
this. So like, so
the equivalent of
10 gold
4
then?
or 5 bottles.
10
I'll
gold.
give the 10 gold.
I guess, yeah,
So
for a
that's
cask
10.
of Amontillado. No.
We'll give him 20 for 2.
Okay.
So we
Right.
spent 103 gold right now.
Cool.
Belgain's like, right, I will get those for you. I would suggest you take a little slow with it.
Thank you, Belgain.
So you see as he whispers, are any of you proficient in Arcana?
Arcana?
Gosh, Brandon, I wish you were proficient in freaking Arcana.
Look, man.
No.
I have no formal schooling or training. I learned all of that stuff on the streets, bruh.
I'm not a magical person at all.
I'm not proficient in Arcana.
Neither am I. We're just hoping that this is working, I'm guessing.
It's like, all right, yeah, sure. Guess he's gonna fireball us to death now. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
With this insight, can I see if he's like happy, sad, like if he's going along with it? What are we looking at?
You can tell he's speaking to someone.
All right.
I'm assuming he's speaking to Addie if he's talking into the crest.
Yeah. It's
Let's hope
it's
so.
essentially ascending. He's speaking through a sending stone.
That's dope. I gotta learn how to make those.
His crest is essentially a sending stone.
Guys, we need a crest.
You see him kind of like smirk.
6.
And Lyle, I'm sorry. He smirks and laughs a little bit, and he says, "Captain Solstice is happy to hear you'll be joining us. She also insisted I ask the one named Luden if the rush is, and Theuss will pause for a moment and will smirk as he says this, and he goes, "If the rush is legal."
And he would, Luden's gonna smile back and go, "Yes, it is."
That's amazing.
He said, he'll go, "It is very legal to leave this place." And he'll take a Fuzzy Navel and shot at himself.
Oh, cheers, bro. That's
He looks at you and he says, "I don't know if we can necessarily leave that quickly. However, I do know that the safe harbor, if you're looking for it, will be available to you."
And where is this safe harbor?
I can show you.
Please.
insight check. Is he being genuine?
Sure, make an insight check.
I'd also like to make one. Everybody in here. I don't trust nobody no more. Well, I don't know. He's hard to read.
Oh crap, he's very hard to read.
So hard to read. My passive.
You think he's being genuine.
Alright. I mean, shoot, we done bought. Look, if he does anything, he's not getting those 2 barrels of Fuzzy Navels. I'll tell you that much.
And Luden will say, please, do you know how fast we can leave, though?
Captain Solstice is here visiting a friend, and she intends to see his accomplishments seen through. Now, while we can't leave quite as fast as you like, I'm sure we can leave within a few days or so, instead of a few weeks.
But you can get us out of the city.
We can.
Today.
Good.
Why don't I show you what I mean? I see your concern, but I think once you see, you won't have any more questions.
He'll toss a gold specifically to him, and he'll be like,
He catches it.
for your troubles.
Get up, follow him out.
Follow him out.
He takes the fish hook he's been playing with and hooks it into his ear. He has as an ear piercing. And he looks to the rest of the crew at the table, and he's like, "All right, shall we?" And you are all led back to the Den of Might, moving through the platform and pulley systems to your destination. They lead you across the way from the den. There are a few homes here, just right across from the Den of Might. It looks to be additional homes from those who work in the mining district and those who run the Den of Might. You continue until you stop in front of the furthest home. There's nothing but solid rock before you. The homes along this wall are carved into it. You are welcomed into one of the homes. The crew just opens the door, unlocks it, and enters inside. Now, the interesting thing about this house is that the windows of the home are darkened, and no lights are emitting from it as you kind of all walk in.
How far away is this from the vaults? The entrance to the vaults?
It's far. It's where the Den of Might is. I can pull up the map again so you guys can see where you are. You see where that question mark is?
Oh, okay.
That's where you are.
Okay.
Zoom in so everyone can see here.
I see. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna be fun.
You enter into an open living room space with a fireplace and various dwarven furniture. Bookshelves line the far wall, and the crew kind of usher in. The home isn't lit, but it seems Theyus knows what he's doing. He pushes a few books in the far wall bookshelf, and the bookshelf kind of clicks. And like you see, he works very quickly, like click, click, and like he's moving the books like in a certain way where it's like half out on the top, half out on the bottom, like all the way out on some of the sides. It's almost like he's playing like an instrument of sorts, and you hear clicking as he does so. And then you see this bookshelf kind of click and begins to roll off to the side, and a strong blow of cold air and a few snowflakes blow through the opening that was just created. Fresh air, though icy cold, hits all of your faces for the first time in days. And Theyus smirks and gestures for you all to walk through, as if he has a secret that he knows and you don't.
I walk through.
I follow him.
You continue down a short tunnel lined with snow and ice and turn the corner and see it. This massive vessel docked at this cutout cove in the side of the peak of the mountain. The wind blowing through the gaping mouth of the cave entrance high up on the peak of the mountain, where even the most experienced mountain climbers would find perilous and dangerous. The ship is 165 feet long and roughly 45 feet wide, and these long bat-like 50-foot wings stretch out on each side. 2 more sets above and below, and 1 out at the bow of the ship. The cloth stitched to the wooden boning of these wings whips in the wind. You hear a hum of magical energy and can see near the stern of the ship this emission of bright, billowing magical energy. The curve and style of the boat is similar to that of a Viking longship, curved and reinforced with metal that almost looks like the carapace of a pillbug. Flexible and aerodynamic. You all look in awe and amazement, not at the style of the ship, but the most remarkable feature. The ship before you is flying.
It's flying.
Hovering in place, docked with a platform into this open cove or cave within the mountain, and Addie leans against one of the masts, smiling at you as you all arrive.
Luden's face is just like awestruck.
And Theyus kind of claps you both on the shoulders, and he says, "Make the air salant." And we'll end you guys right there.
I think the face that Brandon has been making for this whole scene is exactly what Urimir looks like. Just like.
I can't wait for Umber to see this. So just be like, "Mother."
With the wings, yeah.
And,
all right.
And we will end you guys right there for now, as we bounce over to the other crew.
Meanwhile,
I think I have a couple of clarifying questions before we go anywhere. Prayaria had asked the guards yesterday when they were planning on reopening, and they had said tomorrow, so today. Do we expect that there will be wakers at the vaults if we head over there now? Okay, cool.
No.
Cool. That's the only question that I can remember right now.
The reality is they probably hope to open like in the evening maybe, or possibly early the next morning.
Okay.
They're gonna have to be somewhere. Unless they're all just getting here 5 minutes before work.
Well, we know they're at the we know that they're at the church, right?
The
Temple of Bouclier.
The Mites Enclave is what it's called.
We go there.
Other people's religions are so weird.
All right. Going to Mites Enclave. Take a change.
I gave the keys to the Bardo to Luden before I left, and I've got the contract, and I gave it to Finn.
Are we going to be showing the contract already? Like we just go into the temple and we show the contract there, or are we just...
We should walk in there like we know what we're doing, and we should probably find the head waker and show them the contract.
I agree. Speak to the manager.
But wasn't it that... maybe I'm misremembering, but it said most often you need 2 wakers. Is there any possibility we would need more than 2?
I think we're gonna need more than 2.
I think
don't.
we.
Go ahead.
Yes, I agree. I don't know how many we're gonna need, but I think the manager will tell us how many we're gonna need.
I also think that we're just gonna take what we can get and go with it.
True.
Slow. So, you make your way to Might's Enclave. The outside of the temple is grand and scaled very large, similar to the statues at the entrance to Digbrand, where you are meant to feel small. Each column that holds up the building is a mighty stone-carved warhammer. The top of the building flares out and is shaped similar to that of a double-edged great axe. The negative space between the 2 blades, as if it forms together, is the entrance to the archway. There is a wide stairway up this building, and as you walk up the steps, you notice the unique brickwork of these steps. Looking closer, you notice the steps themselves are made from the heads of old warhammers and mauls. Each brick is unique and different. You gather this is the might of past heroes that paves the way to the Enclave. As you enter, you notice once more old weaponry that has been repurposed into the temple. The braziers themselves are barbed at the top, old maces, it seems. Wooden longbows lining the ceiling and being used as supports. The shafts of spears bent and forged into metal chairs. Everywhere you see this repurposing of symbol and a symbol of strength and might. And throughout this chamber as well, you see this kind of like lava river, just kind of casting this kind of forge-like glow within the chamber. You see a few individuals visiting the temple, and they stand before a bowl of hot coals. You hear one say, "Bouclier, I am ready for my resolve to be tested. Lend me your strength so that I may see more clearly the path you lay before me." And then you see them cup their hands and dip it into the coals, pulling it up to their face. They don't even flinch, and the reflection of the embers in their eyes as they see beyond them for a moment in the hot coals in their hands. Another does the same, but drop the hot coals immediately, and one of the temple elders looks at this failure and says, "You are not ready, or not worthy. You decide where this failure leads you. You must prove yourself." And the individual nods and leaves the temple.
I don't know what Levi's temples are like, but I can tell you that the realm places are extremely different from this.
I don't know, I've never been to a temple of Levi. But it's probably not like this either.
Hesperis is gonna look taken aback, but keep on walking.
Is there anyone about who looks like they're?
Well, I just said that the elder.
The elder person. Oh, I thought they were in conversation with.
I mean, they were, but
the
now they're not.
Failure man.
I mean, they were, but they're not now. That was my way to introduce the elder for you.
I lead us up to the elder. I say.
He kind of nods to you, and he says, "Have you come to test your will and might before Bouclier?"
No, Father. We are here on urgent business from Lord Kareviss, and if it pleases you, the matter is quite delicate. Is there somewhere private we could go and talk?
Of course. And he kind of leads you back through an archway made from glaives that have kind of crossed together into a back kind of room area.
Thank you so much for your time.
Does this guy look like he's the most important person here, or does he have like a boss?
We'll say that he looks like the most important person here that you can see.
Cool.
He says, "You say Lord Kareviss has brought you here?" Who are you? I would expect someone from the Gold Light Estate to bring news. And
We
not
were
strangers.
hired by Lord Kareviss recently for matters of the vault. We've gone through a little bit of our own test recently of might on behalf of the Gold Light.
What kind of test, if I may ask?
You have heard of, I think, the troubles in the vault, yes?
I have.
Yes. We were tasked by Gold Light to help deal with the problem, and we have made great headway in this. We are looking to speak to Wakers to get some work done with them as a continuation of our work with the Gold Light.
A Waker? And
Yes.
why do you need a Waker?
Samson?
Father, we need maybe more than one Waker. There is an individual that must be woken from within the vaults, and now that they are safe, we are to ensure that that happens, or they are safe as far as it can be, and our goal is to ensure that they reach their destination safely. Finnalai, do you have the document?
I do.
Yes, I understand this is much to take in, but I hope that this paperwork would help you see the seriousness of the situation.
I will unroll the contract and show it to him.
He just kind of begins looking at it and begins speaking. I'm happy to hear that the vaults are clear, although this is a bit unorthodox. We
is
were
unorthodox.
expecting word from Lord Kareviss regarding the clearing of the vault.
Well, the vaults were only dealt with very late last night. Kareviss had already gone to rest. We do have an appointment with him this evening that has been arranged for us to be able to meet, but this matter needs to be taken care of expeditiously. I much appreciate your concern.
It is quite a delicate matter, and concern, discretion, all very much appreciated.
I want to make an insight check before I do anything else. Does it feel like he thinks we're shady as shit? Or does it feel like he is taking us at our word?
Make a persuasion check, everyone who is there, please. First, and then I will tell you.
Oh.
18. Jesus, guys.
Finn.
No!
I can't see what I rolled. Hang on. Can you guys see what I rolled?
You rolled a 9. You rolled a 9.
Okay, so that's
Tell me you have pluses.
for me. That's a 16.
Okay, and Prayaria is an 11.
Finn.
Finn rolled a nat 1, unfortunately.
We didn't want to inconvenience him, and we thought that coming here would be the right course of action in order to make
I
sure that it
flip
didn't
with
happen.
squash.
Yeah. Okay, I am going to cast a spell.
Okay, I'm counting successes and failures right now. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to cast a spell. I'm going to use a subtle spell, so he does not know that I am casting anything at all. I'm just going to continue speaking with him, and he has to make a wisdom saving throw with disadvantage, DC 16. We thank you so much for your time that you are spending here with us, and we know you understand the gravity of the situation and the expeditiousness with which we need to have these Wakers come with us and revive this person. I suggest that you follow through on this as expeditiously as you can.
So that would be a 10.
Alright, he fails and he will do exactly what I tell him to do.
Okay.
I am suggesting... will you gather for us 4 Wakers, if that seems like the right number, to help us wake this great hero from the vaults as put forward in the contract?
As you Imperium curse him... he would
It
just
does
kind
not
of like...
appear, not even to the other people here in the party. I did not cast a spell. I'm just talking to him.
He just kind of stands up a little straighter and just kind of like, as if he's had an epiphany or something. He goes, "Oh yes, of course. In fact, you're in luck. We have exactly 4 Wakers here today. They are through those doors over there."
Thank you so much. You will come with us and help us gather them, yes?
Yes, of course.
Yes. Tell them the importance of this situation.
He walks in and he opens the door. One of them and pulls out Reginald, who walks over and he informs everything to each of these individuals. But first, you see Reginald, who looks very nervous and jumpy, very wide-eyed. And then there's Cynthia, who is very happy and smiling. Donald looks very arrogant as he kind of walks out, and then there's Barvis, who is as the door is opening, he looks like he's shoving things into his bag and just shutting it and just kind of like I wasn't doing anything. I wasn't supposed to. And he walks over. They all walk over to you, and they're ready.
Thank you so much. We appreciate all of you for your assistance today. All right, are we all ready to head to the vaults?
Are they in uniform?
They are.
Cool. I think we are.
So as you all begin making your way to the vaults with these individuals, go ahead.
I think I missed it. What was the elder's name?
Oh, you never asked.
Fuck that guy. I don't care.
Did he have a name tag or?
No, he didn't have a name tag.
It doesn't matter what your name is.
I say,
call him the elder. I don't know who you mean.
As we leave, I say, thank you, Father. I don't know his last name or his first name, so
Crag.
I imply that.
I am William Cragg.
Father Cragg, thank you.
As you all begin walking to the vaults, Barvis kind of pipes up for a moment, and he's like, "You don't think Elder Cragg saw, right? Right?" And Reginald's like, "I don't know. Maybe he did. But really, have you ever thought how fragile life is? One day we're all gonna be gone, dead, fate. Fate is a trickster. You know why? Once I heard a dwarf who tripped over a rock. Half of him fell into a forge, and the other half was impaled on the weapon that he was making. Death is always around the corner, waiting to pounce. And then Cynthia's just like, we just take rocks for granted. They are truly a wonder. Look at all the buildings here, and even the Great Mountain. It's essentially a big rock." And then Donald's like, you guys came to the right guy. I'm the Waker, or as everyone refers to me as the Stone to Flesh Haymaker, because I slap him with my awesome magical prowess and because I'm also the best.
I'm going to gently put my hand on the shoulder of the one who's freaking out about death and say,
Death is coming to all of us, but it is nothing to be afraid of. Okay, come on.
Okay, come on, move along.
Like rocks too.
Ari's gonna lean over to Samson and just intelligence, not necessarily needed, no?
Evidently.
And you
did a good job in there, guys.
I like rocks too. That's why I bring them back from stone to flesh.
You must be really good at it.
Oh, I'm super, super good at it.
Good, you'll need to be.
Great, okay, let's go. So, you all make your way back to the entrance to the Vaults of Slumbering. And the vault door is open. You can see the entrance is still guarded by 10 guards. And those that were in the foyer are beginning to pack up their makeshift camp. One of the guards kind of stops you as you approach. He goes, and you haven't seen this one. This is a new guy, swapped out from the changing of the guard. And he goes, "Oh, that's far enough. The vaults are still closed. They should be in working order tomorrow. You're welcome to come back then, but until then." And then he kind of looks over and he's like, "Why did you get authorization for Wakers?"
I gesture to all of our faces. It's like, Did Lord Kareviss, or did word not get down to you from Lord Kareviss that we were finishing up our tertiary duties for the task this morning? And we're bringing the Wakers with us as well.
I don't have any record of Wakers.
We spoke to the previous guards who took over yesterday. We are going back. We are the people who dealt with the problem in the vault, I'm sure you know. Hired specifically.
Oh, that was you lot?
Yes.
Your lots
And
of-
we do have to go back down, check to make sure there's nothing left over, any smaller threats, anything like this. The Wakers are a part of that position.
Yeah, seeing as how they're like experts in the condition of the petrified people down there. We just want to make sure nothing was harmed.
I trust
No
you on this.
one.
I don't remember you mentioning bringing Wakers. Did you not?
To the previous guards?
To the
Yeah.
previous guards? Oh no.
Okay,
Absolutely
I'm
not.
just
We
making
didn't.
sure in case I misremembered something, because I don't remember you doing that.
No, we're deceiving so good. We're deceiving the DM.
That's how great our lives are. Yeah, no, we didn't tell anybody.
He's just like, well, I don't have any record of that. And why now? What's the big rush? Can't it wait till tomorrow when the vaults are back and running properly?
Do you not want everything confirmed and ready to go by tomorrow?
Wait, I mean,
Yeah.
that sounds nice, but why do you need Wakers?
My friend, that's why we're going down with them, to make sure it's ready for tomorrow. We're
Yes,
the
but-
ones to get it ready.
We don't know much about the petrified people, but the Wakers do.
Yes, what was down there was with many statues. We need to make sure that they are all right.
And then they haven't been compromised. That's what the Wakers are here for.
Make a
Then you're
persuasion
Casting a
check.
spell.
Then your products
Wait,
would
are
really
you casting another spell?
Probably. I mean,
Go ahead.
do we want? If we want to try to persuade first, I'm totally
I
totally
think-
down for that.
I feel like we've got a really good argument here.
Okay,
We-
sure. And if it doesn't work, I'll cast the spell.
I rolled a 1.
I rolled a 13.
Oh my god.
I'll roll.
15.
Let me see.
I have advantage and a +8, and I am dying here, guys.
I rolled a 1 for a total of 8.
And what did you roll, Finn?
9.
Do you want to cast
I'm going
that
to cast a spell.
I was about
I'm going to cast a
say.
spell. I'm going to cast
Oh,
a spell.
wait, I'm
Just think of-
proficient. I get to roll another one, right? Yeah.
No, proficiency
No.
doesn't give you
Oh,
advantage.
okay.
Mhm.
No.
There's
I get
expertise.
advantage mechanically. I get advantage, and this is in my character sheet because I am hot. That is how my race is written.
It's true.
All right. I'm going to cast a spell. I'm going to cast it subtly, and I'm going to say,
We are being completely reasonable, sir. These are orders from Kareviss himself. You see, we have a contract. We need to check here with these Wakers. You will let us go.
And that is with disadvantage, wisdom save.
disadvantage, wisdom save 16.
Oh shit, that is high.
Yeah.
Oh god. Yeah, no, one of them's a 2. One of them is a 2. So he's. Oh my god. So
And you
as,
will also let us back out when we come back. We are free to come and go as we please.
Suggestion lasts for 8 hours.
now, I believe that does drop your concentration on the other one.
Suggestion is not concentration.
Are you sure?
It's not.
I feel like I looked this up earlier. I want to double check.
I believe it's not concentration. I can double check here.
I believe that it is.
It is concentration?
It is.
Well, the guy who I had concentration on isn't with us anymore. He just gave us
That's
the
true.
Wakers.
That's true.
And he completed his task, therefore it already kind of dropped.
Yeah.
Like he already
And he
did
has
his
no
thing.
idea that he was charmed.
That's true. The spell doesn't say that you know that you were charmed.
Yeah.
Because
He just
technically you're
decided
not
to do it on
charmed.
his own.
So, as because I do want to as this conversation is taking place, right beforehand, I do want to Prayaria and Finnalai. With your passive perception, and you just kind of like, you guys are fidgeting. Like, this is a tense situation. You're just kind of looking around, keeping a watchful eye, and being on edge from all of this. You guys turn and look behind you for a moment and do a double take, and you see some additional guards coming in gilded armor, and Gregor is with them. coming down the tunnel toward the entrance of the vaults where you are. And the guard that you are with now is like, of course. Let me just let you right in then. Just let me know if you need anything from Lord Kareviss. Obviously, you're got a quite important task. Right away.
Prayaria, you hear in your head Finn's voice, and he just kind of gives her a look and goes, "Do you want to do your distraction thing back here? Weren't you planning on distracting the guards?"
Yep. Oh.
All right. Good luck.
So they look like they are heading straight, like they're going in right now. Like they're not just like chilling outside.
No, they're not going inside.
Oh, they're not coming after?
No, they're
not.
They haven't noticed you.
Oh.
Oh, then I walk in really quickly.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I
I
walk
thought
in.
they were heading towards us.
They have not,
Yeah.
like, you notice them, they have not noticed, like, you can see, like, Gregor is talking to, the guard next to him as he's walking. They have not noticed you, but they're coming down, like, they are coming this way.
Okay.
Okay, we're going super fast.
And you now know that if you go in, that they might be back out there when you leave. Okay.
All right.
That's a problem for later.
That's a later. Yeah, that's
That
a
is
later.
a later
issue.
problem. So,
We go in.
you all return down into the depths of the slumbering vaults.
I have a question about this.
Of course.
I forgot. Did we walk downstairs for this, or is it one of those platform things? I couldn't remember.
It's like stairs.
Okay, cool.
There
I
aren't
like
any
stairs.
platforms or anything. It's just like a cavern that you're walking through, essentially. All right, so
As soon as we are out of sight of the guards, like Hesperis takes a second to go. Keep going.
We are doing so well right now. We haven't even had to cast any spells yet or murder anyone. I mean, what? I don't say that.
they don't know
I don't say
that.
that.
That's right, I forgot.
We haven't had to charm anybody yet. We're just perfect.
Yeah, everything's going just so well.
Hesperis is sweating profusely.
Finn's rolled a 1, Samson's rolled a 1, and Hesperis is over there just like, stop it.
Dish out the second level spells. Let's go here, guys.
So, you return down into the depths of the vaults, making your way back to Cassius. The Wakers walk in, and you all walk in, and they see him laying there, and they kind of all look at one another.
Were there any guards in the bottom area place where we could get close? Okay, it was empty?
Yeah.
Cool. Love
Okay,
it.
once Prayaria sees that like everything's gonna be cool, she's gonna step back out a little ways from the breach to make sure that nobody's coming this way.
Okay. All right. The Wakers kind of, like, Prayer, you make your way out and you stand watch. The Wakers kind of look at one another, and you hear them kind of whisper to one another, like, I didn't anticipate coming down this tunnel. I don't know, do you know who that is? Did you know that he was down here? And they just kind of, like, they're looking at each other and they're kind of whispering amongst each other.
It is a very unusual situation. We appreciate so much your help in this and your discretion.
I saw this in a dream once. This, like, the panicky one, just like, bad things happen in dark tunnels. This is where that creature was.
We took care of the creature.
Do you all know who this is?
Yes, this is the person you're going to wake for us. As stated in the contract by Lord Kareviss, remember?
I mean, Master Crag did say that we were supposed to...
Yes, he did. You are remembering correctly.
He doesn't look like he's doing okay.
Yes, it is very unfortunate. and we completely understand your nervousness, and we appreciate your bravery in helping us.
We've never
Are you
brought
not
back
the,
a dead person before.
What did the guy call himself? The Magic Smasher?
Something like that.
It's like the haymaker or something.
I'm sorry, Haymaker, I really thought I had heard such wonderful things about your prowess. If you do not think that this is something you're able to do...
You just stand back, okay? I got this. We've never brought back anybody who's been dead before, but I mean, nobody knows this guy's here anyway, so right? There's no play foul game.
I'm sure you will do fantastically. Thank you all so much.
The super positive one is just like, can you just take your job seriously for just a moment? Yes, it is a beautiful statue, and yes, the man is probably dead, but at least, he's with friends, or I don't know, maybe they know each other, who knows?
As they're preparing the ritual and like getting everything set up and
yes,
getting ready to do the
they're kneeling down and they're getting ready.
I'm gonna go over to Finn, right? I'm gonna pull out the weeping vial and I'm gonna open back up and open that lead box back open where it is, and I'm gonna hand it to him. Are you ready for this?
Ready as I'll ever be. Yeah.
You're gonna do great. You believe it'll work, right? You have that faith?
Yes. Yeah, I do. Thanks for the support, Samson.
Yeah. I got a lot of faith in you, so you believe in that, we'll be okay.
Yeah, you have faith in me, I have faith in Levi, nothing can go wrong, right?
That's right.
Right.
2 Wakers sit on each side, kneeling down, and they look at you, Samson, as you come back, and the positive one goes, none of us know how to resurrect a dead soul.
We can do that. We just need you to wake him.
Oh. Okay. You'll need to kneel in front of him and place yourself between us. So, there's 2, Cassius, and then you would be right here.
Okay. All right.
And we think, we've never done this before, we think that the circle may make it a stronger connection. It was, and she just, Cynthia just kind of, gets a little, frustrated look on her face, as she kind of looks over at Donald, and she goes, it was Donald's idea, and it was a really good idea, but don't tell him I said that. And,
okay. All right, this is what we'll do then. I'll take out of my bag the diamond.
Okay.
Hidden in a cloth at the very bottom of the bag, he unfolds the cloth and pulls it out. And he takes out his candles, and he lines 3 of them, because it's against the wall, right? So...
Yeah, Cassius is against the wall. The 2 Wakers are on each side, and then you are, basically facing Cassius.
Right. He'll basically draw the circle in the dirt and line the candles on the very outside, on the line of the circle, semicircle.
Okay.
So they're within the circle then. And he kind of looks over to Hesperis and Samson. He says, don't cross this line, because then it'll break. Okay?
Yes. Whatever you need.
I'll take a step back.
Yeah.
All right. Whenever you're ready then, he looks over at the Wakers.
All right. change over here for a second.
I'm so nervous.
The two wakers on each side, they kneel down around Cassius, and one side takes out large orbs of incense. And they place them in these brass censers on the ground. The wakers, the two wakers on the left begin to wave their hands over their incense, and they immediately ignite. The smoke begins to curl, slow and slight at first, with hues of forest green and violet. The scent is that of cypress and rosemary, and the smoke is drawn toward the stone figure. It curls around it as the wakers chant. First, in a tongue you don't recognize, an old ancient language, and nobody speaks Celestial. The words are from an ancient dialect of Celestial. For the audience, I will translate. The rest, you hear this kind of hymnical flourish of words that sound very melodic. It says, "Where you are called to leave. I am the herald. I will lead you home. This world yearns for your return. The rock that cradles will break. I am the eyes that ready your return. Return from stone and breath once more. Your dream is coming to an end." You all see the stone begin to ripple like water across Cassius as he returns to flesh once more. Samson, you see it start with his eyes. One gold and the other eye half split down the center, gold and moss green. However, the glow you remember seeing in them is long gone, and only lifelessness remains. The next waker recognizes the moment, or the next set of wakers have recognized their moment has come. And they begin their portion of the ritual. You see them begin drawing with chalk on the stone floor, and they too begin to speak in that ancient celestial language once more. And the chalk runes in the floor begin to glow. And they say in celestial, "Where you are, your mind must follow. I am the one who restores what the dream has replaced. I untangle the illusion from reality. The glass has broke. The mirror is gone. Wake as you were before the slumber. Remember all that you were and all that you are. Your dream is coming to an end." The wakers of memories finish their words and wait. And wait. And a deep look of concern and dread fill their face. They look up to the wakers of stone and say, It's not working. I can't call his memories. We don't understand. It should be working. The wakers of stone look confused and panicked for a moment, and the waker of memories begin to turn their faces to Finnalai as if to admit defeat, and the other wakers yell, "Idiots, don't break the line of sight on him! We can still bring him back. Stay where you are!" And the chalk circle on the ground cracks, and the glow fades completely from the wakers of memories as the call to his memories fail. And the flesh continues to ripple away, and you can see Cassius's pale flesh slowly melt away from stone. And the wakers of stone look up at you, Finnalai, Now! You must start now. There's no telling how long he's been dead. Our waking is almost complete and your time is short. Finnalai, what does your revivify ritual look like?
So he's cradling the diamond in his palms, and he just dips his head and blows on it. And in a second, that diamond disintegrates into dust. And the vapor slips from his fingers as he blows on it, and it falls. But as it slips from his fingers, it remains suspended around Cassius. So it's kind of floating around him, an inch from his person. And then he lifts his head, and his eyes are pitch black. And he's tilting his face skyward, and he starts to mumble something. And his companions cannot hear what he's saying because those words are actually not on this plane. They're traveling further into the astral plane. And he's reverting back to his original tongue. He's saying in Elvish, "Cassius, come back to us." And it's like kind of like pulling a delicate thread. It's like trying to reach out and catch something, catch a connection, but trying not to pull too hard because it could break. And he's feeling around and trying to find Cassius' spirit out there, and he pulls the vial out and uncorks it out, and he releases it. He's hoping he can get some kind of trace.
The soul flies out, and you see threads like web woven throughout the entire chamber, as if this soul is connected to so many different things.
Mm-hmm. And so he's trying to kind of pull it all into one being. With his magic, there's a green energy that starts to build within the semicircle, and the candle flames kind of ascend. They kind of grow a little taller on their wicks as he's like trying to push these tendrils of spirit into one like coherent form. It's not your time to leave yet, Cassius. You need to come back. Come on. Your star hasn't burned out quite yet. We need you here and now. We need you. The world needs you. Come on. Follow me. Follow my voice.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay, 16.
Okay. You see that light as if there is, like, you have like this net around you that corrals this light and this webbing closer. This raw soul energy that is expanded after being trapped for so long, free, confused, scared, not knowing what's going on, and you just kind of like move your hands around, corralling it back forward. And almost to the point where you have it between your fingers. And you just kind of push out. And
Push
it just...
it.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say into his chest, I would
Yes.
assume. Mm-hmm.
You push it out towards him, into his chest, and you see that same light from the diamond, from the soul, fills Cassius's eyes. Every single person in this room hears thumping in their ears, blood pumping, a heartbeat, color returning to his cheeks. His eyelids begin to flutter and roll back slightly, dazed and dizzied. The arm that was mid-air drops and is weakly pulled up to his face to rub his temples. A sharp inhale of breath and exhale as air returns to his lungs. He lowers his arm and his pupils expand and contract as they try to focus. And you have done it. You have brought back Cassius, the champion of Vera, and he breathes air before you now. And that is where we will end tonight's session.
Woo! Finnalai!
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, that was so stressful.
You failed
Almost
that
here.
persuasion check, and Cassius was like, nah.
Good.
Nah, I'm good, bro. They're like, Hesperis casting the spell.
Cassius is so.
Do that
Oh my
suggestion
God.
thing.
Alright, everything's going so good so far.
Woo,
but
y'all.
so good.
What an ending tonight's session, man.
Is anyone else stressed? I'm stressed.
Yes.
I'm stressed.
Bro, I was
These are
sitting
going
there
too well.
just going through spells like, okay, so how are we gonna get them out? How are we gonna get them out?
We got a sick ass airship now, or we have access to a sick ass airship.
Yeah, we do. Oh my God, yeah, we do.
We still got a lot of money too.
Yeah, we do.
So let me thank you Danielle Lenoir for the resub, 7-month sub. And thank you so much, Lawful Stupid RPG, for the raid of 28. We appreciate that. We love you guys. We always get so excited, and we're always so appreciative when you guys raid us. Thank you for that. If you enjoy our show, please consider supporting us with a sub or use that free Twitch Prime sub. It takes a lot of work to bring you this content every week, and we want to keep bringing you awesome content every single week. Subscribers get exclusive emotes and access to all of our VODs. You can also catch up on all of our other shows on YouTube 1 week after each show's live date. Let me turn this music down a little bit. The ritual is the chanting is in the background. So make sure to follow us on YouTube. That is Command YouTube Daniel. You can also support us on Patreon. We post our VODs the day after on Patreon, and all patrons get early access to our VODs as well. Exclusive Discord privileges and access to our secret corridor, which we post like, secret projects we're working on in the background that you get access to. And patrons also get access to our vault of homebrew goodies, and that's at patreon.com/InkandLyre. The other shows that we run, we have Twisted Veil that we do on Tuesdays, which is our Through the Breach Malifaux campaign. It's not D&D, it's a different system, and Deanna is in that show. She plays in that show, and that is Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. And we have 2 new players coming to that campaign, which we're super excited about. We can't wait to show them off to you all. And then Wednesdays we have our Iron Valor show, which is it's our module show that we do. That is Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. We're actually doing Curse of Strahd right now, and Daniel runs that show, and Brandon and Raina and we are players in that show, and Daniel DMs. And then Short Rest we do on Fridays, which is at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time for about an hour. We just chill, hang out, relax, play some video games, hang out with you in chat, and just kind of have that nice one-on-one, take a break from our busy week, and just play some video games. I am currently playing through Man of Medan, or Medan. I don't know how it's said, but it's basically a dark pictures anthologies game where you get to make decisions, and there's the butterfly effect. It's very cinematic. I have the audience help me make choices as we all play it together, and we laugh and get upset about people dying, or we get really happy about certain people dying because we end up hating a certain character. So we have lots of fun doing that as well. So join us for Short Rest at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time on those on Fridays. Other than that, let's see who we're gonna raid this evening. Oh, Daniel's already got it for me. Daniel's already got it. Oh, wait, no, thank you for the follow, Crazy Spazzy Lady. No, you didn't miss it. Don't cry. Don't cry. Give me a smiley face. Give me a smiley face. Give me a smiley face. Give it to me.
This is bullying, Lauren. That's bullying.
Please, okay, please.
We're bullying you
Here it is.
Crazy Spazzy Lady. I'm the Crazy Spazzy Lady over here. Give me a smiley face. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Game Player 3009, for tuning in. Thank you, everyone. Let me see. The Slayer Geezer for tuning in. Let's see who else is in chat here. Up here. Hatcher Actor, Heloidy, all of you. We love you. Thank you so much. And we will see you next time. Alrighty. Bye, guys.